Right, well, we begin here. President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the much-anticipated State of the Nation address this evening. The president's address is expected to outline steps being taken to combat the COVID-19 pandemic and to get the country out of the economic crisis, amongst others. Due to COVID-19 regulations, there will be no involvement of the armed forces. Attendance in the National Assembly has been reduced to only 50 people, consisting of MPs, guests and media. Security arrangements outside the precinct will be conducted by Government Security Cluster. This year's State of the Nation address is expected to cost about 100,000 rand. Several roads around Parliament will be closed in anticipation of tonight. Law enforcement agencies have called on any possible demonstrators to act within the confines of lockdown level 3 regulations should anything be planned for today ahead of the State of the Nation address. Designated areas have been identified to accommodate protesters. A number of roads around Parliament have been closed, while only accredited people will be allowed into the restricted areas in and around the precinct.
Meeting points for protesters have been set up at the Grand Parade, as well as their Nova Street parking lot, from where marches usually start. Law enforcement is on high alert. People have been warned against tampering with any temporary fencing around the Parliamentary precinct.
Road closures will be limited to the area around the Parliamentary precinct, and security fencing will line the route in the CBD. In addition, there will be guarded pedestrian crossing points during peak time on Plain Street between Barrack and Commercial Street, and pedestrians are encouraged to make use of Buitenkant Street.
Only those with valid accreditation will be allowed into restricted areas. Parking restrictions are also in place.
The company gardens will be closed on Thursday, the 11th of February from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. The closures on the M3 and N2 inbound will be intermittent between 18:15 and 7 p.m. on the day and will impact traffic flow.
No civilian aircraft or drones are allowed in the no-fly zone over the Parliamentary precinct. Vanessa Puna, SABC News, Cape Town.
Right, for more expectations around the State of the Nation address this evening, let's cross over to our reporter in Mpumalanga, Pepile Kunene. Very good afternoon to you, Pepile. Well, of course, a lot of expectations of the president that we've also gone through this last hour about what the general population of South Africa is expecting. Let's talk to specific concerns in the province of Mpumalanga. I do believe that you are with a guest this afternoon, a political analyst, Speto Tlamini, with you. Just talk to us about the concerns in Mpumalanga.
Yes, in Mpumalanga, there's a number of concerns coming from people. People are slowly losing faith on the current administration. They have been looking for proper roads. They have been looking for help. Some lost their houses due to the storm damages that took place. Some of them as well are not happy about the ongoing lockdowns that are taking place because their businesses are taking a knock. Before we talk to the political analyst, we will talk to a local business owner who will be telling us exactly what he is expecting from tonight's State of the Nation address. But Jackie, what are you expecting from the president tonight?
Good day. What I'm expecting from the president's address today is not stories but actions, because we've been having this SONA each and every year, but only theory but not practical. So now we need action more than any other thing.
Earlier we spoke about the fact that you are not happy with the ongoing lockdowns even though we are faced with COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, of course, we are not happy, especially with the conditions, especially us as business people. We are hard hit by this lockdown, and little is done from the government. That is in terms of trying to assist the small business people in terms of how do they survive after lockdown.
Thank you so much, Babu Cheki. That was Jackie Teller, who owns a local business here, a pub where people buy liquor, and he's making a living through that. He's expecting more from the president. And my next guest will be the political analyst, Dr. Sphetho Dlamini, who will also be telling us what they are expecting in the political front. As a political analyst based in Mpumalanga, you have a lot to say around the president's speech tonight. Can you just start and tell us a bit about it?
Thank you very much, Pepile. I think you are very correct to say there is a mouthful basically to talk about. There are a lot of expectations. I'm sure we've also heard from the businessman Jackie here, who basically is demonstrating to some extent levels of frustration with regards to the inaction of government and the amount of SONAs that have been taking place in the previous years. So as you can see that the citizens are basically in a stage where they really expect their government to start delivering, especially to intervene on areas where they have been hit hard by the pandemic, as Jackie has said. But above that, of course, you will understand that the pandemic, COVID-19, has brought about different challenges to which the government must look at different categories. As you can see, you are basically in an era of digitization. The fourth industrial revolution has basically brought up different specific areas of focus. And that has created quite a lot of mishaps, and the gap between the rich and the poor has also widened. So the actors, the sectors on education, on health, on technology, and on how the citizens, particularly in such areas, can benefit could be quite important for the president to look at later on tonight at 7 p.m.
Now, we are faced with the COVID-19, and in the COVID-19, there's a lot that is going on. We've just received a vaccine, AstraZeneca, that we cannot really use for our strand or for our variant of COVID-19. And people are slowly losing faith in the system. What can the president do to address that part?
There is nothing more than just reassuring the nation and bringing forth practical ways of making sure that such things as the vaccine do not necessarily bring so much, this hope or a situation where people are actually not hopeful towards what government is delivering. But of course, the role that needs to be played by government towards SMEs, businesses as well, is also quite important for the president to touch on. The issue of the vaccine also brings along issues of wasteful expenditure. As I said earlier on in the morning, to say government must start being accountable. We are hoping that President Cyril Ramaphosa will now move on from just continuously speaking the English of is and was, like Obi Okongo in his book No Longer It Is by Chinua Achebe, to say that now what is it that really needs to be a way forward and a roadmap, particularly for the communities and the small business people around such areas.
And there's also this thing that makes people grow apart. The have-nots are on the other side, and those that have are on the other side, such that when you look at the landscape in South Africa, it is so wide, the gap between these two groups.
Yes, you're very correct. I think the main question to ask there is that what exactly is the right system of development, or the correct paradigm of development that needs to be applied, but specifically with specific reference to South Africa as a divided society or as a plural society. You will understand that the needs of Mpumalanga could be different from those of the Western Cape. Now, a simple top-down approach could not necessarily be appropriate. And therefore, what is basically important for the president to look at is a human-centered paradigm of development that is going to specifically look at the needs of the people on the ground. You have heard the concerns that have actually been raised by quite a number of people with specific reference to government not necessarily looking after their needs and not trying to find actual interventions that are going to be sustainable in nature, moving forward.
Okay, now let's also talk to the IMF loans that we are getting and the money that we keep borrowing as a country. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How will that be sustainable? Are you expecting the president to also touch on such?
Yes, I must say that he is, even though it's quite difficult to really ascertain what is he going to be speaking about. But of course, such loans have got huge economic implications in the country. You will also understand that there is quite a number of things also that also touch into the different sectors, like on the social sector as well. I mean, I'm just reminded of the 350 grant that government is actually providing to the citizens, and how inefficient that is, and the loopholes and mishaps that happens in there. And therefore, there is quite a lot of detrimental with regards to these international loans, to which to some extent find themselves not well spent. You know, issues of maladministration, corruption, nepotism and all that. So broadly speaking, we expect the president to indeed touch on that. But as to which angle he's going to tackle that, it's a different matter altogether.
Thank you so much, Speto, Doctor, for your time.
Thank you.
Was Dr. Speto Dlamini, a political analyst based in Mpumalanga, basically sort of outlining what we can expect from the president's speech tonight, Flo.
Thank you very much, Pipile Kunene, for that input and that reporting. No doubt we'll be getting more from Mpumalanga after the State of the Nation address. Many thanks to you there. All right, so let's go back then to the Western Cape. All eyes indeed on Parliament, and we cross over to our reporter Samgele Maseko, who is there for us as well. A very good afternoon to you, Samgele. I was talking to our colleague Mzwandile Mbeje just the last hour, and what he showed us was really quite a sad picture of what's happening in and around the precinct. Really quite empty, not what we're used to. I mean, around this time, you would be having your mic in someone's face, you know, asking difficult questions to someone at this point, like you usually do. I mean, I'm sure this must impact you and your work and the work of other journalists this afternoon, as this is not how we're used to seeing you or operating on a day like this.
Well, Flo, just to ask my colleague Bralaki just to show you the quietness that is here in Parliament. There's no red carpet. The parliamentarians whom are, quote, honourable, end of quote, wonder if they are honourable, some of them, they won't be walking down a red carpet. In fact, the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, has just left the parliamentary precinct about 5 minutes ago. He was in his office trying to iron out a few last issues before he comes to the National Assembly to deliver the all-important State of the Nation address to just an audience of 50 people in the chambers, and the rest of the parliamentarians following virtually, and the rest of the guests as well virtually, including former President. That includes former President Mbeki, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, who will be on the virtual platform instead of being in Parliament, and the former speakers, Baleka Mbete, former Deputy President as well, and also other speakers who've been here in the National Assembly. They will be following virtually. So indeed, it's not business as usual in Parliament, and the President has essentially left the parliamentary precinct now, and he's gone to go get ready for 7 o'clock when he will be delivering the State of the Nation address. But remember, Flo, that we would have that parade where politicians and guests show us their various attires and suits and dresses that they've procured, and for the State of the Nation address, the pomp and ceremony that usually happens. But this time around, they won't be doing that, and the state has been saved a lot of money in the preparation for the State of the Nation address. Millions of rands weren't used to prepare and to have the ground going for the State of the Nation address. Instead, it will be on a virtual platform and beamed on all media platforms. And the President has essentially concluded his speech for tonight and is ready, and we wait with anticipated breath to see how will he address the issues of the failures flow of power utility Eskom to provide energy security in the country, to have that much needed foreign direct investment into the country coming in and being pumped in, to save state-owned enterprises that are also collapsing. For instance, SAA has failed to get off the runway in airports across the world, and particularly at Ora Tambo International Airport. And you've also got arms companies such as Denel, which are also facing crises, and other state-owned enterprises enterprises are seemingly failing to pay some salaries and have had to get some loans in order to be able to pay their workers' salaries. And other entities such as the SABC are retrenching, as well as the jobs bloodbath across the country continues, not only within the public sector but also within the private sector in the country, which has also promised to open up their balance sheets and also invest in the South African economy. They're also retrenching.
Yeah, you spoke about the president's whereabouts. It seems that you know what he's up to today. But I'm also quite interested to know who you've seen or who you've spotted or who you are expecting to see. Mzwandile did tell me that it's not 50 MPs as was previously reported. It's actually 30 MPs, and then the rest will be invited guests. Who are we expecting? Who are you expecting to see, and that you may be able to perhaps chat with?
Essentially, I've seen Natasha Mozoni from the Democratic Alliance. She's here. She's the chief whip for the Democratic Alliance. I saw her in the precinct just a few moments ago. We've seen Mkhuleko Hlengwa, spokesperson of the IFP and also chairperson of SCOPA. We do expect the Shadow Minister of Health for the Democratic Alliance, Siviwe Kharube. We do expect a Premier to be here, Premier of Mpumalanga, Refilwe Tsepani Mtsweni. We also expect the Deputy President, who is also in Cape Town and will be in the parliamentary chambers with President Cyril Ramaphosa, where the Deputy President sits. We saw him earlier on in Dane Hayes alongside the President and the acting minister in the presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshabereng. They were ironing out the President's State of the Nation address and making the final touches. Those are the individuals and parliamentarians that we have seen thus far. And we do expect some whips of various portfolio committees. They will also be here. I know Ntibe Modise is in Cape Town and he'll be within the parliamentary precinct. The economic freedom fighters, they won't have any member of parliament in the precinct. Other formations were essentially given 1 seat per political formation, and there will be journalists as well in the gallery, and 7 seats have been allocated to us to be in the gallery as well. So, and you don't see the army playing any role in this State of the Nation address due to those COVID-19 regulations. But what is important is that the President has finished drafting and has finalized his State of the Nation address. He did come here to Parliament at his office. He spent about 20 to 15 minutes going through that speech alone and making sure that all processes have been put in line and are in step for when he arrives here this evening to deliver the State of the Nation address. And there will also be that candle lighting ceremony for all of those South Africans whom have perished due to this particular pandemic that we're fighting as a nation, which is COVID-19. And we do expect that the President's speech will largely focus on the procurement of the vaccines for coronavirus, particularly after the purchase of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which expires in April, in that blunder that government had in a vaccine that has a 6-month lifespan but arrived with 3 months to go before it expired here in South Africa. We do know that, in the words of the Minister of Health, Dr. Zwelini Mkhize, that the purchase of Johnson & Johnson's vaccine will be arriving in the country next week sometime. There's also been talk of purchasing Sputnik 5 from the Russians as well. We do know that there are also engagements with other pharmaceutical companies in order for South Africa to have an abundance of this particular vaccine. There are 20 million doses coming in from Pfizer in the next week or so to come into the country for this particular vaccine. And the World Health Organization has said that South Africa must continue, and they recommend that the country continues purchasing AstraZeneca vaccine, particularly for the elderly citizens in the country who must take this particular vaccine. But that's only one aspect of the State of the Nation address of the President. The second headache is the South African economy and is the failures of state-owned enterprises, particularly one which is the biggest threat to the South African economy, which is the power utility Eskom. Maybe, Flo, you will be load shed at your home at 7 o'clock this evening once the President delivers his State of the Nation address. One wonders if the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan, has called Andre de Ruyter, the Group CEO of Eskom, to make sure that Alan Sandre in South Africa is not load shed and effectively listen to the President. Can you just imagine if you are sitting at home waiting with anticipated breath to listen to the President and you are load shed?
No, well,
That's essentially the state of the nation.
I did
There's no
see
energy security.
I did see an assurance that we won't actually be load shed today. And interestingly, a lot of people on social media were saying, because you want us to watch the State of the Nation address. But, you know, interestingly, when you talk about some of the guests, there's one in particular I want to just dwell on for a little bit. That is the Premier of Mpumalanga, Refilwe Mtsweni. I would have thought that she'd be laying low for the time being after those problems that she encountered after she attended the funeral of the late Minister Jackson Mthembu without a mask, and there was a whole you know, she did get into trouble about that. Where's that case at the moment? Or is that kind of done, over, shut down? What is the story there? A lot of people were quite upset about the fact that she went to a funeral without a mask, and now you're saying you're expecting to see her this evening at the State of the Nation address. What's the update there, actually?
She went into quarantine, self-isolation, particularly after she wasn't wearing a mask when they were going to the cemetery of the funeral of the late Minister in the Presidency, Jackson Mthembu. She then decided, after a PR nightmare with her spokesperson, then decided to have a formal retraction and apology to the nation on the issues of not wearing a mask and saying that she was very reckless, and decided to donate about 1,000 face masks to the community of Emalahleni. We do know that she has come out of that isolation and will now essentially be going and will coming into the public domain. Remember that as provinces, they also form part of the National Council of Provinces. She'll essentially be coming as a delegation, probably of the National Council of Provinces, to the National Assembly. In the past, where it was a normal State of the Nation address, premiers of provinces would come to Parliament as a delegation invited, and they would be seated in the chambers with all other parliamentarians. So it's a usual practice that premiers do come to the State of the Nation address. It also comes at a time where she is shrouded with issues of not wearing a mask, particularly after the government regulations strictly stipulate that not wearing a mask in public is a criminal offence and you can be jailed for it. So we are still waiting for Minister Peggy Hamilton Ele to send those police to go and arrest the Premier of Mpumalanga. But it seems as if it's animal farm. Some animals are more equal than others. Can you just imagine if you and I were not wearing a mask in the public domain? The police would just simply nab and arrest us and release us after 24 or 48 hours. But she seemingly got away with it, and she was hugging people in the National Assembly. But she's apologized for it. She's taken up the responsibility and has decided to donate those 1,000 face masks to the community of Mpumalanga. Particularly, you'd remember that Minister Mthembu was the face of the fight against this particular pandemic of coronavirus, which has turned out this parliamentary precinct not to be as business as we like it. I'm going to call Mzwandile Mbeje, our political editor at the SABC. I'm ambushing him here, but he was employed to be the political editor and to guide and to provide direction politically. Mr. Mbeje, the President was just here in his office in Parliament, and he was here to iron out a few issues, particularly surrounding his speech. What can we expect him to say, knowing that that speech has been done and concluded and waiting to be delivered to the nation?
Well, Samgele, it's quite important that the President will speak to the nation, especially during this very difficult time. And I know many South Africans are expecting something really tangible. And you and I know, in fact, we've been speaking about the situation that is affecting the country currently. I mean, if you look at what, for example, in his January 8th statement, as the ANC president said, you look at those priorities, and you would know that ordinarily the priorities of the governing party normally inform what happens in the country as a whole. So he basically spoke about 4 priorities then. He said they needed to defeat COVID, they needed to deal with the issue of the economy, of course. Then there were issues about organization and a better Africa in the world. So in this instance, I think he will confine himself to 2 important issues. He he will be telling us about the issues of the COVID in terms of how is this vaccine being rolled out. Remember, there's a lot of controversy around what is it that we procured, AstraZeneca and of course Johnson & Johnson. So he will give a bit more flesh to that situation. And beyond that, he will then tell us what sort of measures are in place to really kickstart the economy that is really flagging. So that will be the thrust of his speech. Yes, he will touch on a number of other issues, but those are the main ones that he'll speak about.
What comes to mind is when the Chief Justice Mogoeng was speaking in Tembisa Hospital, particularly around 666, the vaccine and the backlash that he received. What do you then take of a Chief Justice who's going to be in the chambers and a president who's going to be motivating for South Africans to take a vaccine, yet the Chief Justice said something contrary?
I think one of the things that he has said, the president, and I think some people have said he may not have said it strong enough, is that we need to be aware of fake news. And, in the world of social media, unfortunately, it's accompanied by a lot of fake news. And I think he may warn against the spreading of the fake news, and because some people end up being skeptical for real, because there is so much of fake news going around. But this is the other thing that I think will happen, is that you remember when he addressed the nation, I think is it last week, or 2 weeks ago, or even 3, where he basically said, listen, we have made this provision of the vaccine so that people can be vaccinated, but not a single person will be forced to have that. So it somehow deals with the issue around the spreading of the fake news. I mean, you and I know that 5G is meant to enhance the connectivity that we have, but there are some people who have decided to create that as a source of fake news. And obviously it doesn't inspire confidence that the Chief Justice may have uttered those words. But of course, he uttered them very, very guardedly to say, if so the vaccine are not correct. So you see, and he can always argue, and he's a legal person. But basically the issue of fake news, and he may touch on it, especially when he talks about the issues of vaccine, but indeed, and then he will reiterate that people are not forced to take it.
Thank you very much, Mzwandile Mbeja, the political editor here at the SABC. Just to use an illustration of the mic stand here, over there, where you can see the symbol of freedom and democracy just above it. 3 arms of the state in a normal situation would be there. That would be the executive, that would be Parliament, and would be the judiciary. That is not going to happen this year. There is no red carpet. There will be no 21-gun salute. That is all been excluded from the State of the Nation address. Parliamentarians with their fancy suits and dresses, that's done away with this year due to COVID-19. They are just like you and I today, like the ordinary citizen. The pomp and ceremony, that's not happening. The festivities, once the State of the Nation address is done, those who go to Cubana and other places of entertainment, that is done away with. One wonders how much the city of Cape Town economy has suffered this time around with all that pompous and ceremony and the various dignitaries that come and descend onto Cape Town, and how much they pump into the economy, how the city has suffered on that economic thrust. So the president has a fine balancing act to do, saving lives and saving the economy. He can't choose either one, because with no people, there is no economy. So it's a fine balancing act, and he needs to act on South Africans, but knowing that the single biggest threat to the South African economy, which has said there will be no load shedding today, just yesterday there was stage 3 load shedding by Eskom. Years on, they failed to eradicate load shedding, which is ultimately having a catastrophic effect on job creation in the country.
All right, Samkele, you have exactly 2.5 hours until the president speaks this evening, as I look at that clock as we count down to the State of the Nation address this evening. So let me let you go. Thank you very much to you and Mzwandile Mpeche there for us reporting outside Parliament. And no doubt we'll indeed be catching up with you closer to the time that the president will be up on that stage. That's our reporters, our political editor, in fact, Mzwandile Mpeche, and senior reporter Samkele Maseko outside Parliament there in Cape Town for us in the Western Cape. We continue our conversation then on expectations regarding the State of the Nation address when I joined via Zoom by Professor Zwelinzi Mandevu from Stellenbosch University. Sir, a very good afternoon to you. Thank you so very much for being with us here on SABC News this afternoon.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to your viewers as well.
Let me pick up from where my colleague left off there as he was speaking outside Parliament. Samkele Maseko said that it'll be a fine balancing act for the president as he kind of has to, decide between the issue of saving lives and saving the economy. And I think that's a good start for us in terms of our discussion. Where exactly do you think the president should really be focusing as he speaks to the nation today on the state of the nation? Where are we? I mean, we're hearing businesses complaining that the economy needs to be opened up further. And of course, the biggest concern being that of saving lives. So that fine balancing act, where do you stand, sir?
I think the president has no choice. Both are very important. But the most important one is that in order for the economy to be viable, in order for the economy to function properly, you would have to also save lives. So I think he's got his work cut out in dealing with these two. But I think I think you would have to look at the health system, make sure that the health system is functional, is able to be responsive to this current pandemic, and thereafter make sure that also the economy is recovering so that it can create more jobs. And when people are getting jobs and they can work and get income, then that would help him a bit to deal with the current situation. Because this is indeed a difficult situation, a crisis of some sort that he would have to navigate to. So both are very important for me.
Prof, of course, every president will get his or her fair share of criticism during their tenure of presidency. But if we're to assess President Cyril Ramaphosa's performance as the country's leader, particularly the past year, as we've been dealing with that pandemic, what would you say? I mean, if one is to look at the State of the Nation address last year to this State of the Nation address, if we were to look at just that year, what is your assessment, Prof?
I think it would be a very mixed scorecard. I'll tell you, immediately after the State of the Nation last year, we had the lockdown, a very stringent lockdown where everything had to shut down. And the president had the goodwill of all South Africans at that time, because the message was very clear as to why there was a lockdown, and he had the support of the community. Then immediately after June, things changed because there were a lot of different messages coming out. And he comes to the State of the Nation under that cloud where people are no longer trusting or are no longer believing everything that the government and the president put on the table. So he is at a situation where he needs to save his leadership face. He also needs to make sure that he gives people hope again. But people can no longer live on hope alone. They want to see programmatic actions that he's going to bring on the table, and how then government would make sure that it deals with issues of unemployment, issues of health, and issues of social services and all of those things. So he comes at a time when it is very challenging. But what is on his side is the goodwill of our people, that they are willing to retrust him again. And this is an opportunity for him to give them the reason to trust, for them to trust him again. So it is an opportunity that he should not miss.
Yeah, Prof, I spoke to your colleague in the last hour, Professor, your colleague there at the Stellenbosch University, Professor Amanda Goos, and she spoke about what she believes to be a trust deficit. If you look at how, the South Africans are viewing the president and indeed the government in general. Are you of the view that there is a chance to get that confidence back of the current leadership? And one of the issues that we raised in particular was that of the corruption that we've kind of been faced with throughout last year when it comes to PPE and all of that we saw last year. Is it too far gone, or is there an opportunity now to kind of win back that confidence?
I think the president came at a time when he became a president of the Republic, at a time when corruption was rife and people needed something that would then take them out of corruption or the situation. And the president was really something that everybody looked up to take the country out of that situation. But unfortunately, the past few months has actually eroded any attempts that the president has made to deal with corruption, because we have seen in the past few months people embezzling public funds with impunity, and the non-action of public law enforcement institutions have eroded that trust that people had in the public service and in the president himself. So what would save the president would be to come up with programmatic action on what would be done to deal with corruption, what would be done to deal with those who are found guilty. The justice system must turn around too quickly to be able to deal with these things. And we also do not want to see law enforcement agencies hold press conferences to tell communities about statistics, but they should be telling about finalization of cases and how many people have then been incarcerated thereof, and that would bring confidence of the people to the president and his leadership.
Prof, a great pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so very much for giving us your time and your input this afternoon on SABC News. Many thanks, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's Professor Zwelinzi Mandevu from the Stellenbosch University there, as we continue to preview the State of the Nation address. Of course, the President will be addressing us in less than 3 hours about the state, really, of the nation. Let me look at that clock. It's 2 hours and 22 minutes till the President does indeed address us. No doubt we'll be having it live for you here on SABC News. All our reporters on the ground, as you've seen in the previous hour and during this hour too. All right, let's take a short break. Your business news after this.
We've been all around the country talking to OUTsurance clients about how they've switched, saved, and enjoyed awesome service from OUTsurance. Let's meet some of them.
I spoke to a consultant by the name of Shane Peterson. Cross-examined him a few times. I was shocked at the fact that I was going to be saving 435 Rand on my policy. Basically, chencha dadeng.
With OUTsurance, your premium is matched to your unique profile, so you're never subsidizing higher-risk clients. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
You know, I'm spending more on insurance than I am on petrol. I spoke to OUTsurance. They said, hey, you can save over 700 Rand a month. You shouldn't take the first offer you get. Shop around. Just because you're 18, you have a car, and you can now drive. Don't get overexcited.
With OUTsurance, your excess is never a percentage of your claim, which can be high for big claims. Just one fixed amount. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
The guy knows his stuff. I end up saving over 700 Rands per month. If you want a happiness in your pocket, change it.
OUTsurance pioneered the Out Bonus, which gives you 10% of your paid premiums back in cash after 3 claim-free years. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
I got a call from this guy. He said he wanted to compare my insurance. After asking me what car you drive, model, and so on, he gave me an offer, and that was over 470 less. I couldn't believe it at first. I thought it was a scam or something.
Get roadside assistance no matter where you're stuck, 24/7. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OutSurance service today.
The guy that helped me, his name was Nicholas. He was just so patient. He helped me out with that 672 Rand saving, and I've never looked back since.
At OutSurance, managing your insurance has never been easier. Download the OutSurance app or log in at outsurance.co.za to access documents, change details, submit claims, and so much more. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OutSurance service today.
I decided, let me give them a try and see what's happening. Ended up saving more than 400 Rand.
Don't forget that OutSurance deals don't stop with cars. You could get a great insurance saving on your motorbike, caravan, trailer, or watercraft too. Switch and save today by SMSing or calling using the numbers below. Do it now. You've got nothing to lose.
And my friends were just like, dude, come to OutSurance. We are happy that we're saving 520 bucks. So I changed it idea.
With OutSurance comprehensive car insurance, even your car keys are covered against loss, theft, and damage in an accident. For complete peace of mind, SMS or call OutSurance using the numbers below. Do it now.
One of our military tenets is efficiency of effort. They have that in bucket loads, and they helped me get 401 Rand saving. That's why I decided to change it.
If you need to claim after an accident, OutSurance will connect you to trusted service providers. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OutSurance service today.
And I spoke to a consultant by the name of Shane Peterson. Cross-examined him a few times. I was shocked at the fact that I was going to be saving 435 Rand on my policy. Basically, chencha dadeng.
If OutSurance can't beat what you're currently paying for car insurance, you can ask them for 500 Rand or even 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. SMS or call today. You've got nothing to lose.
You know, I'm spending more on insurance than I am on petrol. I spoke to OutSurance. They said, hey, you can save over 700 Rand a month. You shouldn't take the first offer you get. Shop around. Just because you're 18, you have a car, and you can now drive. Don't get overexcited.
Saving 435 Rand on my policy.
More than 400 Rand.
Over 470.
I end up saving over 700 Rand.
815 Rand per month.
672 Rand saving.
401 Rand saving.
520 bucks.
More than 400.
Over 700 Rand a month.
SMS or call to see if you can switch, save, and start getting even more out today.
Welcome back. The Pretoria High Court has declared the arrest of Nomangoma by the Hawks as unlawful. The estranged wife of former Minister Melusi Gigaba was arrested at the Waterkloof home, which she shares with him, on July 31st last year. She was released on bail of 5,000 Rand the next day. She made an urgent application. He made an urgent application against her arrest and confiscation of electronic gadgets. The police minister and other respondents in the matter are to foot the legal costs of the urgent application.
Noma Gigaba argued that her dramatic arrest by the Hawks last year was an orchestrated scheme to intimidate her. This after she was charged with crimen injuria and malicious damage to property for damaging the luxury vehicle of a friend of her husband. On a quest to link Noma Gigaba with an assassination plot against her husband, her devices were confiscated and personal information downloaded by the Hawks. The Pretoria High Court ruled that information removed from the devices should be restored, as the confiscation of a cell phone and other electronic devices was unlawful and unconstitutional.
Respondents are ordered to restore all information unlawfully removed from the applicant. The third, fourth, fifth respondents are directed to return the information which was downloaded from the electronic gadgets and the gadgets of the applicant by the respondents, including the information contained in discs 1 to 6, referred to herewith. The costs of this application will be borne by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th respondents on an attorney and client scale.
The court granted Gigaba's urgent application to render her apprehension and incarceration unlawful and unconstitutional.
The application is granted on an urgent basis. The decision of the 4th and 5th respondents to apply for the warrant of arrest of the applicant is unlawful. The decision to execute a warrant of arrest by the 4th, 5th respondents is unlawful.
It is unclear how the High Court ruling will impact on Noma Gigaba's crimen injuria case to be heard at the Pretoria Magistrates Court on Friday. Offenses Timo, SABC News, Pretoria.
Emotions ran high at the funeral service of Zoe Sauls in Annandale, south of Johannesburg. The 7-year-old was electrocuted while playing with her friends at a nearby open field. She's among 3 Annandale residents killed by illegal connections since November. City power technicians dismantled those connections yesterday, but some residents have vowed to reconnect.
I laat my neer lê in groenwyvelde.
For the last time,
Waters waar rus is.
Zoe arriving at home. Her friends spent a few minutes with her. But it was hard.
We're all gonna miss and love Zoe because Zoe was a loving person, and I thank everyone for coming, and Auntie Inat, Zenit, and Nikki and Megan. I hope you all feel better, and every other family member.
Charge of murder. However, the investigation is still incomplete. The case is postponed to the 11th of March 2021 for further investigation.
Despite the postponement, the family says investigating officers on the case have given them enough assurance that the case will move at a fast pace.
We remain hopeful. The investigating officer does give us updates on how far investigations are. And we're glad because some of these cases can go on for months before going to the High Court. With that said, we remain hopeful.
As a family, we feel as though the process towards gathering sufficient evidence is coming along well. Now that we are hearing that the matter will eventually move to the High Court, we are hopeful that the suspect will reveal her reasons behind the murder as well as identify others who may be involved. We're still angered by what happened. As the country prepares for the reopening of schools, Simpiwe's mother would have joined other excited parents who are shopping for their children's school uniform. Simpiwe would have been attending grade 1 this year.
In September, the childhood friends were reported missing after they were last seen walking home from a nearby salon. A day after their disappearance, the two were found dead meters apart from one another. Upon her arrest, it was found that Mohlanka was also accused of another child's murder in April last year, but released pending toxicology reports. She will remain in custody until her next appearance on the 11th of March. Nosipho Mncube, SABC News, Vereeniging.
The Commission of Inquiry into Taxi Violence in Gauteng has recommended that officials linked to fraudulent activity in the sector be criminally charged. A new taxi violence unit has also been suggested to deal with the backlog of cases. The Commission was set up by Premier David Makura in September 2019 to investigate the underlying causes of violence and instability in the taxi industry.
Almost 70% of South African households rely on minibus taxis for transport. The industry is responsible for 15 million daily commuter trips, a massive business marred by violence, fatalities and instability. A report released by the Commission of Inquiry in Gauteng found that the sector was mainly unregulated and a law unto itself.
The Commission is saying despite the legal framework, the minibus taxi type service is controlled by associations. The associations control who gets to join them, they control the routes, and dictate where each operator must operate. They also allow those without operating licenses to join them. Now, this proceed and say that this finding continues and say the vehicles owned by the association and by some powerful individuals in the association do not wait for their turn in loading lines. They simply move to the front when they arrive at a taxi rank, which causes a lot of resentment from the general membership.
The Commission interviewed taxi operators, associations, as well as law enforcement agents. It found that some police officers were involved in the industry, hindering investigations.
Indeed, we found that there were several problems, amongst which were that some of the agencies were actually not enforcing any of the laws, and they gave us a lot of reasons why that was not happening. But I must say that all of them admitted up front that, they've not really been up to task in relation to the issues related to taxi violence. None of them said to us, we are doing a good job. They all admitted that they could do better.
Since 2012, over 500 taxi violence cases have stalled due to inept police investigations. The Commission has recommended a new unit be created to deal specifically with taxi violence. Hasina Gori, SABC News, Johannesburg.
All right, let's take a short break. More news after this.
We've been all around the country talking to OUTsurance clients about how they've switched, saved, and enjoyed awesome service from OUTsurance. Let's meet some of them.
And I spoke to a consultant by the name of Shane Peterson. Cross-examined him a few times. I was shocked at the fact that I was going to be saving 435 Rand on my policy. Basically, chencha dadeng.
With OUTsurance, your premium is matched to your unique profile, so you're never subsidizing higher-risk clients. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
I'm spending more on insurance than I am on petrol. I spoke to OUTsurance. They said, hey, you can save over 700 Rand a month. You shouldn't take the first offer you get. Shop around. Just because you're 18, you have a car, and you can now drive. Don't get overexcited.
With OUTsurance, your excess is never a percentage of your claim, which can be high for big claims. Just one fixed amount. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
The guy knows his stuff. I end up saving over 700 Rands per month. If you want a happiness in your pocket, change it right there.
OUTsurance pioneered the Out Bonus, which gives you 10% of your paid premiums back in cash after 3 claim-free years. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
I got a call from this guy. He said he wanted to compare my insurance. After asking me what car you drive, model and so on, he gave me an offer, and that was over 470 less. I couldn't believe it at first. I thought it was a scam or something.
Get roadside assistance no matter where you're stuck, 24/7. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome outsurance service today.
The guy that helped me, his name was Nicholas. He was just so patient. He helped me out with that 672 Rand saving, and I've never looked back since.
At Outsurance, managing your insurance has never been easier. Download the Outsurance app or log in at outsurance.co.za to access documents, change details, submit claims, and so much more. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome outsurance service today.
I decided, let me give them a try and see what's happening. Ended up saving more than 400 Rand.
Don't forget that Outsurance deals don't stop with cars. You could get a great insurance saving on your motorbike, caravan, trailer, or watercraft too. Switch and save today by SMSing or calling using the numbers below. Do it now. You've got nothing to lose.
And my friends were just like, dude, come to Outsurance. We are happy that we're saving $520. So I changed it idea.
With Outsurance comprehensive car insurance, even your car keys are covered against loss, theft, and damage in an accident. For complete peace of mind, SMS or call Outsurance using the numbers below. Do it now.
One of our military tenants is efficiency of effort. They have that in bucket loads, and they helped me get 401 Rand saving. That's why I decided to change it.
If you need to claim after an accident, Outsurance will connect you to trusted service providers. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome Outsurance service today.
And I spoke to a consultant by the name of Shane Peterson. Cross-examined him a few times. I was shocked at the fact that I was going to be saving 435 Rand on my policy. Basically, chencha dadeng.
If Outsurance can't beat what you're currently paying for car insurance, you can ask them for 500 Rand or even 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. SMS or call today. You've got nothing to lose.
You know, I'm spending more on insurance than I am on petrol. I spoke to Outsurance. They said, hey, you can save over 700 Rand a month. You shouldn't take the first offer you get. Shop around. Just because you're 18, you have a car, and you can now drive. Don't get overexcited.
Saving 435 Rand on my policy.
More than 400 Rand.
Over 470.
I end up saving over 700 Rand.
815 Rand per month.
672 Rand saving.
401 Rand saving.
$520. More than 400.
Over 700 Rand a month.
SMS or call to see if you can switch, save, and start getting even more out today.
Your headlines at 5 p.m. The countdown to this year's State of the Nation address by President Cyril Ramaphosa this evening has begun. The High Court in Pretoria has declared the arrest of Noma Ngoma by the Hawks unlawful. She was the wife of former Finance Minister Medusi Kigaba. And Eskom has admitted that its housing project meant to accommodate employees at Kusile Power Station in Emalahleni in Mpumalanga is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Coming to you from Auckland Park in Johannesburg, this is SA Today on SABC News with me, Flola Droba. Thank you so very much for being with us. Well, President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the much-anticipated State of the Nation address this evening. The President's address is expected to outline steps being taken to combat the COVID-19 pandemic and to get the country out of the economic crisis, amongst others. Due to COVID-19 regulations, there will be no involvement of the armed forces. Attendance in the National Assembly has been reduced to only 50 people, consisting of MPs, guests and media. Security arrangements outside the precinct will be conducted by Government Security Cluster. This year's State of the Nation address is expected to cost about 100,000 rand. Several roads around Parliament will be closed in anticipation of tonight. All right, for what's happening in Parliament, let's cross to our parliamentary reporter, Bulelani Philip, who's just outside there on the steps. A very good afternoon to you, Bulelani. I saw an hour ago you updated that the presidential motorcade had arrived at Tainhays. What's the latest now on the president's whereabouts?
Well, good afternoon to you, Flo, and to the viewers at home. Of course, the president did arrive just after 4 an hour ago to his parliamentary house at Tainhays. He stayed there a short while, and I do believe now his motorcade has since left when he's expected back just before 7 when he delivers his 5th State of the Nation address to the nation. Of course, as things stand now, a different picture to what we used to. You can swear that it's only the media and the police that were invited to this SONA 2021. But of course, this has been necessitated by health protocols that are in line with fighting COVID-19. Of course, as you've said in your intro, only about 50 people will be allowed in the chamber, and that includes about 30 members of parliament from all the political parties. Of course, the major parties that will have more members in the house include the ANC is going to be having about 14 members, both from the National Assembly as well as members of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the DA with 5 members, and again members from both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. Of course, what's interesting is that there has been a confirmation that the third biggest party in the House, as well as the National Council of Provinces, the Economic Freedom Fighters, will not be joining, or at least will not be having members who will be physically present in the joint sitting, but would rather join the sitting virtually. Flo?
Yeah. Bulelani, I mean, as a parliamentary reporter, you're very much used to the goings-on of Parliament in and around Parliament, and also, of course, the work of not just yourself, but other reporters and correspondents around Parliament. How will you be conducting your work this time around? I mean, I would imagine we are obviously not the only media house that's there at this time, but there has to be a lot of sort of social distancing, a lot of adherence to the protocols, COVID-19, all of that. And I'm just wondering how exactly things have been running in terms of your own reporting as you report from the parliamentary precinct this afternoon.
Well, Flo, in line with COVID-19 regulations, again in early last year, Parliament took the decision that all its meetings would be held virtually. And from that time up until now, those meetings are still continuing to be held virtually, and members connect through their devices. And what's interesting is that they do experience some of the daily challenges that people have. Just yesterday, when there was load shedding, some of the MPs could not log into a meeting because the areas that they were phoning from, or they were going to log in from, were also affected by load shedding. So they get a sense of the feeling that some of the people get in their daily lives. And of course, a moment like this, a State of the Nation address, is a moment for these MPs to be able to actually speak to the leadership, in particular the ruling party, about the issues that affect people on a daily basis. Of course, the president comes into this State of the Nation address, I'm sure, knowing full well that the political heat in the country is rising up, just like today's weather. And I'm sure he's fully aware that political parties are indifferent to some of the decisions that he's taken, or the lack of decisions that is taken, in particular around the issue issue of fixing, the country's energy generation capacity, also the issue of trying to deal with the ailing economy, and lastly, the biggest elephant in the room today would be how the country moves forward in terms of the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccines.
Yeah. Well, Bulelani, of course, when we started our conversation, you spoke about the fact that things are so different this time around, and I really want to talk about what's expected, in Parliament today. I mean, apart from the fact that there will be just 50 people in the House, I'm also hearing about a light or candle ceremony of some sort, I suppose, in honor of those who lost their lives due to COVID-19, and then we're also instead of a praise singer, I hear there will be a poet. So there are really quite a few changes, a lot of things that are different to what is expected. What more do you have for us that you can tell us about? What are the other sort of expectations for today?
Yes, Flo, that's indeed correct, that the program has been drastically reduced in order to ensure that there is a social distancing and that people are actually observing the health protocols. One of the issues then, of course, that has been done is to ensure that they remove all the pomp and ceremony from the program. If I was talking to you at this time last year, we would probably be on the tail end of that red carpet parade, and people would be starting to make their way into the House, into the National Assembly. But today, things are different. People are still milling around because of the limited number of people that have to make their way into the House. Of course, I've spotted a few members of Parliament who are also part and parcel of the journalist crew that are outside here, who will have to be in the House at 6 o'clock this evening, compared to last year where they have to be in by 4 o'clock. The other thing is that we don't see any of the brass bands that are normally playing out here in front of the precinct of Parliament. Also, that effect or that part of the State of the Nation address has been taken away. But what has been reintroduced this year, given the outbreak of this pandemic, is that the President, prior to him entering the National Assembly, he's going to take a moment to reflect on the lives lost during this pandemic outbreak since early last year. And of course, he's going to be together with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thandi Modise, as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, will take a moment to light a candle in remembrance of all of those people who actually passed away as a result of this pandemic. Of course, the other element that has been included in this year's State of the Nation address is that there will be a recorded poem by a poet that will be played during that process when the President actually lights those candles. That's when then that procession, that mini procession, if I may say so, will then begin to enter the House, and that's when proceedings, the formal proceedings, are actually expected to go underway at 7 o'clock.
All right, Bulelani, let me let you go. You have 1 hour and 48 minutes until the President does indeed get started with his address. So we'll certainly be catching up with you at a later stage. Thank you very much, Bulelani, for us in Cape Town, just outside Parliament there for us. And of course, our reporters there are Mzwandile Beja, Samkele Maseko, as well as Bulelani Flip, just outside Parliament at the precinct there for us. All right, well, with levels of unemployment soaring, more and more young people in Limpopo are finding alternative means to making a living. Selling fruits along the province's busiest roads has become widespread. Young people say this is one of the best ways to keep hunger at bay.
This is how 21-year-old Shumani Muswana earns his living, selling fruits along one of South Africa's longest roads, the N1. Muswana mainly target motorists from neighboring countries and those traveling to major cities. The oldest of 7 siblings, Muswana is able to support his family from the little he earns from the trade. The reason I'm selling fruits here is because I'm unemployed. I've been suffering. I'm from a very poor family. Both my parents don't work. Unemployment is rife here. I can't find work despite the fact that I'm only 21. We appeal to people to support our business. Muswana says he expects the president to touch on the job creation during his SONA speech on Thursday. It will be good if he talks about finding jobs here in Limpopo. The lockdown has also been a setback. That is why we can't find jobs anymore. Limpopo has also seen more young people tapping into agriculture over the last few years. Rutendo Bobore, SABC News, Rithflay.
All right, well, with only, 1 hour and almost 45 minutes left before the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, is expected to present the much-anticipated State of the Nation address. Unions in the mining sector say that they expect the President to give more direction on the vaccination rollout in the sector. Unions have lamented mining companies' lack of consultation and transparency on planned vaccinations. However, the Minerals Council of South Africa says that it has the capacity and resources to vaccinate at least 60,000 people per day.
The mainstay of our economy, the mining sector employs no less than 450,000 people and contributed at least 362 billion rand to the GDP last year, despite economic uncertainty at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, uncertainty remains in the labor force as plans to vaccinate workers are underway.
We have never been engaged by any of the employers regarding this process or even an indication of what is going to happen around that particular point. Most of the mining houses are dominated by the contractors who are not necessarily having medical aid, which is another crisis on its own.
If they are really serious about the livelihood of their employees, they should be the ones speaking about securing or helping the government in terms of securing the vaccine. So we are saying, let us continue in an effort to make sure that the vaccine is obtained, and these companies take a role in making sure that this vaccine is obtained and workers are saved.
Minerals Council South Africa, on the other hand, says the mining sector has the capacity to conduct at least 60,000 vaccinations daily.
We can, as an industry, administer about 60,000 to 80,000 vaccinations in a day. And when we work out over 2 months how many people we can vaccinate, this comes to about 2.5 million people to 3 million people.
Be that as it may, mining companies have also been urged to expand their vaccination plans to labor-sending areas.
Now you get mining companies who say that they are going to roll out vaccination for mine workers and near mine communities. But what about rolling out vaccination in labor-sending areas in the Eastern Cape?
Mining companies say despite growing uncertainty, the sector has shown its resilience.
The sector dropped slightly in the first quarter last year and then substantially, about 30% in the second quarter. In April, we were only about 50% of capacity than we were in January last year, and then we recovered by 40% shortly afterwards in the third quarter, which is a testimony to the resilience and the ability of the sector to handle disruptions in its production processes.
Many in the mining sector will be waiting with bated breath to hear the government's plan for the sector. Sintle Englihihi, SABC News, Rustenburg.
Former IFP leader and traditional Prime Minister of the Zulu monarch and nation, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, has described speculation on social media around the health of King Goodwill Zwelithini as cruel, false rumours. In a statement, Buthelezi says that Zwelithini was admitted to hospital last week to receive treatment for unstable blood glucose levels. Well, the country's strained finances and high debt levels will likely come into focus as the president addresses the nation this evening. The president's address should set the tone for the budget speech that will give finer details of government's plans and how they will be financed. The country was already battling low growth and a weak fiscal position when the pandemic hit and sent finances into a tailspin.
South Africa is caught between a rock and a hard place. With its already strained finances, the pandemic has forced the country to prioritize fighting the coronavirus's health and economic impact. The gap between revenue and expenditure continues to widen, resulting in the need to borrow. The cost of borrowing is also high as the sovereign has been downgraded to junk status by rating agencies. Gross national debt was expected to reach 81.8% of GDP in this financial year.
South Africa estimates that it will see its debt peak at 95% of GDP by 2025-26, and indeed this year has anticipated that it could see its debt levels above 80% of GDP. These are very high, unsustainable debt levels for an emerging market economy, particularly one which has incredibly weak economic growth that does not support the servicing of such high debt levels. Indeed, South Africa has continued to see its debt trajectory grow, and as a consequence, this has weakened the government finance position. South Africa needs to see substantially faster economic growth in order to be able to work down such very high rates of borrowings that have been planned if it wants to avoid credit rating downgrades.
The country needs to see substantial structural reforms to turn around the economy, as well as the reduction in spending.
It seems that the economy will only achieve in 4 or 5 years' time the growth levels we had at the period before difficulty from 2015. Moreover, we will only see the size of the economy back at the end of 2019 level in about 5 years' time. For the government to get us out of this low growth trap, we really need a private sector friendly government with confidence in the private sector and more room for the private sector to operate. For instance, allowing the private sector to import COVID-19 vaccines.
The financial performance of state-owned companies has placed considerable pressure on the public finances over the years. This is likely to deteriorate as the lockdown restrictions will likely have worsened their financial position. Glora Sefakomosi, SABC News, Johannesburg.
All right, let's take a short break. More news after this.
This year's SONA will be like no other before. President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver a virtual State of the Nation address from Parliament. He's expected to focus on several issues, including the effect of COVID-19 on the economy, the vaccine rollout, and other matters. That's Thursday at 7 p.m. on SABC2, SABC News Channel, SABC radio stations, and SABC digital platforms. SABC News, independent, impartial.
The impact of the second wave of COVID-19 infections on the new academic year. They've now delayed the opening of both private and public schools. Another 2-week delay then for South African school children.
School management teams, SMTs, shall report for duty on Monday, the 25th of January 2021. Teachers shall follow on Monday, the 1st of February. And lastly, learners will return on Monday, the 15th of February.
Health Talk is your go-to information hub for all things relating to your health. The show covers South African and international health stories ranging from personal health to policy and analysis. Viewers can also interact with our studio experts via phone-ins, Facebook, Twitter and voice notes. Be sure to tune into Health Talk Saturdays between 9 and 10 a.m.
Welcome back. The Pretoria High Court has declared the arrest of Nomangoma by the Hawks unlawful. The estranged wife of former Minister Melusi Gigaba was arrested at the Waterkloof home she shares with him on July 31st last year. She was arrested on a bail of 5,000 rand the next day. Gigaba made an urgent application against her arrest and confiscation of her electronic gadgets. The police minister and other respondents in the matter are to foot the legal costs of the urgent application.
Noma Gigaba argued that her dramatic arrest by the Hawks last year was an orchestrated scheme to intimidate her. This after she was charged with crimen injuria and malicious damage to property for damaging the luxury vehicle of a friend of her husband. On a quest to link Noma Gigaba with an assassination plot against her husband, her devices were confiscated and personal information downloaded by the Hawks. The Pretoria High Court ruled that information removed from the devices should be restored, as the confiscation of a cell phone and other electronic devices was unlawful and unconstitutional.
Respondents are ordered to restore all information unlawfully removed from the applicant. The third, fourth, fifth respondents are directed to return the information which was downloaded from the electronic gadgets and the gadgets of the applicant by the respondents, including the information contained in discs 1 to 6, referred to herewith. The costs of this application will be borne by the third, fourth, and fifth respondents on an attorney and client scale.
The court granted Gigaba's urgent application to render her apprehension and incarceration unlawful and unconstitutional.
The application is granted on an urgent basis. The decision of the fourth and fifth respondents to apply for the warrant of arrest of the applicant is unlawful. The decision to execute a warrant of arrest by the fourth, fifth respondents is unlawful.
It is unclear how the High Court ruling will impact on Noma Gigaba's crimen injuria case to be heard at the Pretoria Magistrates Court on Friday. Offenses Timo, SABC News, Pretoria.
Emotions ran high at the funeral service of Zoe Sauls in Ennerdale, south of Johannesburg. The 7-year-old was electrocuted while playing with her friends at a nearby open field. She's among 3 Ennerdale residents killed by illegal connections since November. City power technicians dismantled those connections yesterday, but some residents have vowed to reconnect.
For the last time, Zoe arriving at home. Her friends spent a few minutes with her, but it was hard.
Gonna miss and love Zoe because Zoe was a loving person, and I thank everyone for coming, and Auntie Inat, Zenat, and Nikki and Megan. I hope you all feel better, and every other family member.
The pain shared by every parent, child and neighbor.
We have come to the end of my child's right to rest today, and
Zoe's mother, overcome by emotion. Her cousin spoke on her behalf.
Zoe was a very bubbly child, a very happy one. But I feel like she was a blessing towards us. And that God just lent us Zoe. I feel like we should be happy and not sad.
Zoe loved sport, in particular soccer.
When we had to do life skills, and I had to ask her to show the children how to skip, or how to play these games, and she would jump up and say, "Ma'am, I'll show them." And then she would start and she would perform there. And I'm so sad Why didn't I make videos of all these things?
A young life cut short in tragic circumstances. City Power technicians dismantled illegally connected wires in the area on Wednesday.
I wish all the time can do it again. Yeah. And then we're going to help him to cut it all. All the time when we see another electricity, we're going to report because we need the safety of our children.
I would like for the children to have more facilities because if children were busy at a time with something more positive, they won't be out playing alone under no supervision at all. So if there could be something for them to do whilst their parents are not around, that at least they would be safe.
A call that Zoe's death should not be in vain. She was laid to rest at the Nazareth Cemetery.
Zoe will be the voice for our generations to come.
Mariketa Mhlave, SABC News, and a day south of Johannesburg.
Well, the Orange Farm double murder case in which 2 children were killed has been postponed yet again. 29-year-old Bonzo Motlanga is accused of killing 6-year-old Simpiwe Mncina and 8-year-old Mpoma Gondo. The children were last seen walking home from a local hair salon, and their bodies were later found in a street away from their homes.
Motlanga made a brief appearance on the dock for what the family and members of the community thought would be her final appearance at this court. The prosecutor, however, requested another postponement, which was granted by the court.
Ms. Motlanga, the prosecutor handed me a letter indicating that you will be arranged for trial in the High Court on a charge of murder. However, the investigation is still incomplete. The case is postponed to the 11th of March 2021 for further investigation.
Despite the postponement, the family says investigating officers on the case have given them enough assurance that the case will move at a fast pace.
We remain hopeful. The investigating officer does give us updates on how far investigations are. And we're glad because some of these cases can go on for months before going to the High Court. With that said, we remain hopeful.
As a family, we feel as though the process towards gathering sufficient evidence is coming along well. Now that we are hearing that the matter will eventually move to the High Court, we are hopeful that the suspect will reveal her reasons behind the murder as well as identify others who may be involved. We're still angered by what happened. As the country prepares for the reopening of schools, Simpiwe's mother would have joined other excited parents who are shopping for their children's school uniform. Simpiwe would have been attending grade 1 this year.
In September, the childhood friends were reported missing after they were last seen walking home from a nearby salon. A day after their disappearance, the 2 were found dead meters apart from one another. Upon her arrest, it was found that Motlanga was also accused of another child's murder in April last year, but released pending toxicology reports. She will remain in custody until her next appearance on the 11th of March. Nosipa Mncube, SABC News, Vereeniging.
Some residents of Wepener in the Free State want the Naledi municipality to be reconstituted. The municipality was dissolved in August 2016 and its towns, including Wepener, were incorporated into Mangaung Metro. These residents claim service delivery has been compromised following these developments.
Residents of Wepener remain frustrated on the ground ahead of the president's address today. They say, of course, there's been issues of service delivery in this area and they would like to vent their frustrations, and of course they want help. They're saying that their complaints have been fallen on deaf ears. My brother, you are youth, you are from here in Wepener. What are your concerns? What would you like the president to talk about today?
The problem is that here in this small township we have a sand. This sand, it should actually accumulate all the youth of this township by providing them with jobs, job creations and stuff. Out of that sand we can find classes to ensure that
we have plates, the marks, and also the tiles. We can benefit a lot out of it. And the problem again is that here in this township, these people, they are hiring people based on nepotism. I meant to say, I fail to understand. Our councillor, she was elected because of belated husband, because of his belated husband.
Have you raised all these issues to the municipality?
We haven't, because she's not always here. She's always absent. She lives there at Bloom. We don't even know where to go and cry about this kind of issues.
Would you say your situation was better when you were in Naledi municipality other than now?
I can say so, because she failed us as a resident. Most of our youth, they are now involved in gangsterism. They are now involved in drugs because they are not being provided with jobs. Ever since I've completed my matric, I've never worked. It's so very painful to be in this kind of a situation. I meant to say, I thank you.
Just one frustrated resident saying that, of course, the issue of unemployment and also allegations that there's nepotism that is ongoing on this municipality. I'll see.
Nna ke la ka taba hore mona Vepenare ha rena ditshebeletso rona ba bang re na le batswadi ba rona ke na le mme ka na le lemo tse 70 no tjena ha so fumane setsha ha na madulang ene last time I checked last year ha di tshwaneditswa setsa sa mme ka ne se hlaile mo ha ka ba setsa sa la ha di sa se ditswa di se dilo sewa ka mane ya ba ha se fumane since go bela monana mangaung ha re sebeletswe ho hang ha rena ditshebeletso tse betere re ditsela tse go dulang ka ga tsona mme ka o dutse duma wheelchair ha tlameha mo isa sepetlele ka clinic ke tlameha go ke mo pusha before ha be ambulance e ya mamole mo theng ke ga mo shaka pa 100 boka ke ya mo pusha because dikoloi ha di gone ho kena ha ona paving ha ona tsela ho di surichi mo mme ka dulang teng o dula ka ga surichi ene motho o ya kula o mental disturbed ha bone ibile o disable ke a leboa mama.
She's basically talking about her 70-year-old mother, saying that she's been applying for site allocations, but till to date, nothing has happened. And also saying that there's issues of bad roads in this area and also sewer spillage all over. She's saying that, of course, this is a concern to them as residents. I'll see you are the last one. Let's talk about your issues here.
My issues is about Extension 7, you know. We try to talk to our municipality. Doesn't provide us with anything. We have disabled person in our Extension 7, and he doesn't even know that he has a new location. So ra kopa me mapalasi, re kopa mesi ba re nketse di jojo ene re mo koroneng ha hona di toilet ge ye toilet ka e re nke metsi ka bana re tshwantse re hlape matsoho. So ga kopa tswetswe re kopa metsi a rona go tlisetseng dijojo ha le tsebe na di tswa kae di tswa mangaung ha ba tsebe nix ka tsona. So ra kopa
President is addressing the nation today. O batla a renga Vepenare.
President re under corona, please re kopa metsi Vepenare ha ina metsi. So re tshwena ka baka la gore every time how are address o re jotsa ka gore re tshwantse re hlape matsoho. Re tshwantse re dule re le need. So re etse jwang ha re na le delay ko Extension 7 ra athekwa nna ke le ka athekwa ke na le ngwana wa 6 years ke le ka athekwa mo ntlu ke na le ngwana wa 6 years ha ona maponisa patrolang ka rona ene re rotse dietara tsa maga ya police station ra lo kopa patrol Captain ya re fa patrol but ha ona la le ponisa le wane le kenang ka kwana please ga kopa o else go tlo inkela molao matsoho.
Well, there just seem to be a lot of issues in this area. Also saying that the law enforcers, they don't also come to the ground when there's complaints. That's just among the issues. But the burning issue, of course, is the situation of water in this area. There is inconsistent water supply. Old and young people are demanding water. They're saying that they've been crying to the municipality, but there hasn't been a change. As the president is about to be talking tonight, they are saying that may he please address the issue of services in Vepenare. It's back to you.
The Commission of Inquiry into Taxi Violence in Gauteng has recommended that officials linked to fraudulent activity in the sector be criminally charged. A new taxi violence unit has also been suggested to deal with the backlog of cases. The commission was set up by Premier David Makhura in September 2019 to investigate the underlying causes of violence and instability in the taxi industry.
Almost 70% of South African households rely on minibus taxis for transport. The industry is responsible for 15 million daily commuter trips, a massive business marred by violence, fatalities and instability. A report released by the Commission of Inquiry in Gauteng found that the sector was mainly unregulated and a law unto itself.
The Commission is saying despite the legal framework, the minibus taxi type service is controlled by associations. The associations control who gets to join them, they control the routes and dictate where each operator must operate. They also allow those without operating licenses to join them. Now, this proceed and say that this finding continues and say the vehicles owned by the association and by some powerful individuals in the association do not wait for their turn in loading lines. They simply move to the front when they arrive at a taxi rank, which causes a lot of resentment from the general membership.
The Commission interviewed taxi operators, associations, as well as law enforcement agents. It found that some police officers were involved in the industry, hindering investigations.
Indeed, we found that there were several problems, amongst which were that some of the agencies were actually not enforcing any of the laws, and they gave us a lot of reasons why that was not happening. But I must say, and all of them admitted up front that, they've not really been up to task in relation to the issues related to taxi violence. None of them said to us, we are doing a good job. They all admitted that they could do better.
Since 2012, over 500 taxi violence cases have stalled due to inept police investigations. The Commission has recommended a new unit be created to deal specifically with taxi violence. Hasina Gori, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Residents from various townships in Richards Bay in KwaZulu-Natal have vowed to continue a shutdown of the area after the local municipality failed to provide water to townships in the area since December. Protesting residents shut down the township since Monday. Residents from eSekhawini, Port Dunford have since joined in on this shutdown. Hey.
Angry residents taking to the streets. A 2-month-long dry spell has led residents to a shutdown movement in and out of 4 Richards Bay townships. Protesters say they've been without water for the last 2 months.
About December manje kuzobe manje awekho amanzi asikezile amanzi sikhe emosheni amanzi angingcolile anuaphu amanzi sesiphila ngawo amanzi ngisho nani ezikoleni ikhulu zami nafunda ama needs and wants amanzi into yokuqala efunekayo lapha engena phambili so manje nithi siphila kanjani amanzi akekho ofikayo wamasipala ezosichazela ukuthi kwenzakalani ngamanzi lokhu satshelwa ngonyaka ophelile ukuthi ano diesel kuse kube
As protest action gains momentum in the area, the local municipality says it will begin restoring water supply.
We just came from a meeting with the Mayor, Councillor Mduduzi Mhlongo, with the delegation from Madlankala, where we had agreements that first of all, water reticulation will be restored as of tonight, because the delegation agreed that the community will not attack employees of the municipality who are busy fixing the damages that were caused yesterday by the protesters.
Despite assurances from the local municipality that water supply will be restored, residents have threatened to continue with the shutdown and closing of schools in the coming week. Mahlako Komane, SABC News.
Indian drug maker Biological E is looking to produce 600 million shots of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. This comes just days after South Africa pivoted away from the AstraZeneca jab and decided to focus on the American-made vaccine instead for its mass immunization program. Our correspondent Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
Biological E is looking to bulk produce the Johnson & Johnson jabs, quite like the Serum Institute of India, which is bulk producing the Oxford AstraZeneca jabs here. It had also signed an agreement with South Africa to provide 1.5 million doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. But its rollout was stopped after a study showed it to be less effective than the 501 V2 variant of the coronavirus first reported in South Africa. Experts say the Johnson & Johnson vaccine could not only provide better protection against the mutated strain, but be easier to transport and store since it's a single-shot vaccine, unlike the Oxford jab or the ones being produced by Pfizer and Moderna. Biological E says it's looking to produce the shots soon, but it would need to conduct local trials to be able to manufacture doses here. Only after that will it be allowed to either roll out the vaccine domestically or export it to countries such as South Africa. It's also currently up for regulatory approval in the USA where the vaccine was developed. So it might look like the vaccine is promising, but the beneficiaries might have to wait for quite some time to get their hands on it. Ishan Garg, SABC News, New Delhi.
All right, let's take a look at your sports news. Right, well, women's football in South Africa is reeling from the effects of COVID-19. It's been more than a year since any organised women's club football was allowed to take place. Prior to the pandemic, women's football in South Africa was finally starting to mobilise and become professional. There is hope that leagues around the country will be able to resume from next month. Clubs like JVWFC are getting back to full fitness in anticipation.
JVWFC, formed by Banyana great Janine van Wyk, clinched the National Sasol League Championship at the end of 2019. They're a club on the up, but sadly all that has been put on ice because of the pandemic and the resultant lockdown. JVWFC have been unable to make their debut in the National League, and the lack of football has deprived players of a year's play and pay in many cases.
It was very hard that we're not playing, we're just sitting at home, we don't do anything. Even though the coach gives us the program that we must train at home, but you know, when you train alone, it's very difficult. We were so excited to qualify, but COVID came, but it was no one's fault. I mean, it was a global thing, but now I think we're so excited to be back. When we first heard that we can resume back to training, we were all excited, and I think all of us, we're hungry to play, and we can't wait.
The good news is that non-professional football has been given permission to start training again. JVWFC wasted no time in getting back on the pitch in anticipation that the league will begin early next month. It's been a 14-month layoff for the players, requiring a lot of mental strength and introspection.
I think everyone is happy, and we're very excited that finally we're going to play the SAFA Women's League with the likes of Sundowns, TET and UWC.
Now we're going to be on television, so I think with the sponsors and everything, we're getting that exposure that we need. Also, for the players that are not part of the national team, they're getting that exposure as well. So I think it's something that we're looking forward to.
The task at hand now is to continue to grow the women's game and build on all the hard-won gains in recent years.
From now on, we mustn't drop our standard. We have to qualify for another World Cup. So from now on, I think everyone must be hungry so that we can qualify again to go to the World Cup.
Banyana's World Cup appearance in 2019 forced the powers that be to take the women's game seriously. with everything on the line. Those committed to the game will not let that momentum go to waste.
SuperSport United and Morocco Swallows will have an opportunity to narrow the gap between themselves and log leaders Mamelodi Sundowns this weekend to just 2 points. The Dube Birds will host Amazulu on Sunday, while United will welcome Cape Town City at the Lucas Moripa Stadium on Saturday in the pick of this weekend's DStv Premiership matches. United and Swallows are among 10 Premiership sides that will be in action this weekend, while 3 others, including Sundowns, will be playing in CAF competitions. All right, our apologies. We seem to have a problem with our visuals there. All right, let's take a look at our weather details.
Thank you very much and a very warm welcome to the weather desk. Time for us to get those conditions that we can expect over South Africa for today and also for tomorrow. That's the first trough still expected over the interior of South Africa, still causing up to 60% chance of showers and thunderstorm showers over Northern Cape, stretching into parts of the northwest. We also have a yellow warning of severe thunderstorm over that interior of the northwest, stretching that extreme eastern part of the Northern Cape. Possibility of heavy downpours over those areas and also some hail, so please do take note of that. Let's experience some partial conditions over Gauteng, stretching into Limpopo, Mpumalanga and parts of KwaZulu-Natal for today. Moving on to tomorrow's conditions, we have that low pressure system over that Mozambican channel, pumping moisture into KwaZulu-Natal and parts of Mpumalanga. As a result, we have up to 80% chance of showers and thunder showers over KwaZulu-Natal, stretching into parts of Mpumalanga. We also have that warning of heavy rainfall over heavy downpours over those areas, which may result in flood flashing over those areas, so please do take note of that. Let's experience some morning fog patches over that interior of the Eastern Cape. Visibility will be reduced over those areas, so please be careful, especially when you're on the road. Let's experience some rain conditions as we move towards that western interior of the country because of that trough that's sitting over the central interior, so please do take note of that. As we move towards our temperatures for tonight, it's going to be another relatively cool night over most of South Africa. 17 over Sunderland, 20 over Upington, Bloemfontein and Pretoria dropping down to 18, 20 over Musina, 22 will be your minimum over Durban for tonight. Now looking at our provinces in detail, we start off with Gauteng, where it's also still expecting mild conditions tomorrow, 29 expected over Johannesburg, 31 over Pretoria. As we move into Limpopo, we're expecting mostly hot conditions, especially over Musina, with an average of 31, 28 will be your average over Polokwane and also over Phalaborwa. As we move into Mpumalanga, we're still expecting rainy conditions over that interior of Mpumalanga for tomorrow. Emelo expecting an average of 23, Middleburg peaking at 26. KwaZulu-Natal tomorrow, partly cloudy conditions in the afternoon, 29 over Pietermaritzburg, 30 over Durban, 28 your average over Ladysmith for tomorrow. Hot conditions as we move into Eastern Cape for tomorrow. Komani peaking at 32, but as we move towards the coastline, 29 will be 28 rather will be your average over East London and also over PE for tomorrow. The Mother City tomorrow expecting mild conditions with a high of 27. 33 will be your average over Vernandal. George expecting warm conditions tomorrow with a maximum of 27. Up to 60% chance of showers and thunder showers expected over Northern Cape for tomorrow. Upington expecting an average of 32, 34 will be your maximum over Kimberley. City of Roses, Bloemfontein expecting a hot day tomorrow with an average of 32. Welcome peaking at 30. Bethlehem and Sasolburg expecting an average of 27. And lastly, as we move towards the Northwest Province, we're still experiencing rainy conditions over that province for tomorrow. Mahikeng peaking at 31. Rustenburg also expecting a high of 31. Hot conditions expected over Taung and Bloemhof with an average of 33. That's all the weather I have for you. Stay tuned to SABC News.
All right, that's it from me, Flo Ledob, and the rest of the team here at SA Today. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. It's just over an hour and 8 minutes till the President addresses us for the State of the Nation address. And as you've been hearing, only 50 people will be in the actual house this evening. All right, well, it will be broadcast here, of course, live on SABC News, so do stay tuned indeed for that. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Cheerio, take care.
We've been all around the country talking to OUTsurance clients about how they've switched, saved, and enjoyed awesome service from OUTsurance. Let's meet some of them.
And I spoke to a consultant by the name of Shane Peterson. Cross-examined him a few times. I was shocked at the fact that I was going to be saving 435 Rand on my policy. Basically, chencha dadeng.
With OUTsurance, your premium is matched to your unique profile, so you're never subsidizing higher-risk clients. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
You know, I'm spending more on insurance than I am on petrol. I spoke to OUTsurance. They said, hey, you can save over 700 Rand a month. You shouldn't take the first offer you get. Shop around. Just because you're 18, you have a car, and you can now drive. Don't get overexcited.
With OUTsurance, your excess is never a percentage of your claim, which can be high for big claims. Just one fixed amount. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
The guy knows his stuff. I end up saving over 700 Rands per month. If you want a happiness in your pocket, change it there.
OUTsurance pioneered the Out Bonus, which gives you 10% of your paid premiums back in cash after 3 claim-free years. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
I got a call from this guy. He said he wanted to compare my insurance. After asking me what car you drive, model, and so on, he gave me an offer, and that was over 470 less. I couldn't believe it at first. I thought it was a scam or something.
Get roadside assistance no matter where you're stuck, 24/7. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
The guy that helped me, his name was Nicholas. He was just so patient. He helped me out with that 672 Rand saving, and I've never looked back since.
At OUTsurance, managing your insurance has never been easier. Download the OUTsurance app or log in at outsurance.co.za to access documents, change details, submit claims, and so much more. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
I decided, let me give them a try and see what's happening. Ended up saving more than 400 Rand.
Don't forget that OUTsurance deals don't stop with cars. You could get a great insurance saving on your motorbike, caravan, trailer, or watercraft too. Switch and save today by SMSing or calling using the numbers below. Do it now. You've got nothing to lose.
And my friends were just like, dude, come to OUTsurance. We are happy that we're saving 520 bucks. So I changed it idea.
With OUTsurance comprehensive car insurance, even your car keys are covered against loss, theft, and damage in an accident. For complete peace of mind, SMS or call OUTsurance using the numbers below. Do it now.
One of our military tenets is efficiency of effort. They have that in bucket loads, and they helped me get 401 Rand saving. That's why I decided to change it.
If you need to claim after an accident, OUTsurance will connect you to trusted service providers. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
And I spoke to a consultant by the name of Shane Peterson. Cross-examined him a few times. I was shocked at the fact that I was going to be saving 435 Rand on my policy. Basically, chencha dadeng.
If OUTsurance can't beat what you're currently paying for car insurance, you can ask them for 500 Rand or even 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. SMS or call today. You've got nothing to lose.
You know, I'm spending more on insurance than I am on petrol. I spoke to OUTsurance. They said, hey, you can save over 700 Rand a month. You shouldn't take the first offer you get. Shop around. Just because you're 18, you have a car, and you can now drive. Don't get overexcited.
Saving 435 Rand on my policy.
More than 400 Rand.
Over 470.
I end up saving over 700 Rands. 815 Rand per month.
672 Rand saving.
401 Rand saving.
520 bucks. More than 400.
Over 700 Rand a month.
SMS or call to see if you can switch, save, and start getting even more out today.
Cabinet has decided to steadily ease a number of restrictions under adjusted level 3. Faith-based gatherings will now be permitted. Such gatherings may not exceed 50 people for indoor venues and 100 people for outdoor venues. Public places such as beaches, dams, rivers, parks and public swimming pools will be reopened subject to health protocols. Social gatherings, political events, traditional council meetings and gatherings at sports grounds will not be permitted. The sale of alcohol by licensed premises for on-site consumption such as restaurants and taverns will be permitted from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The hours of the curfew will now be from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m.
This year's SONA will be like no other before. President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver a virtual State of the Nation address from Parliament. He's expected to focus on several issues, including the effect of COVID-19 on the economy, the vaccine rollout, and other matters. That's Thursday at 7 p.m. on SABC2, SABC News Channel, SABC radio stations, and SABC digital platforms. SABC News, independent, impartial.
Media Monitor on the SABC News Channel. This is where we take a look inside the world of media, analysing the trends, the issues and the reporting of some of the week's top stories.
It's the responsibility of journalists to hold those in power accountable.
Journalists who stick to their mandate and basically hold the line against all of these threats to democracy are the reason why people still trust the media.
Don't forget you can engage with us on social media using hashtag SABC Media Monitor. We'd love to hear from you.
Watch Media Monitor Sundays at 9 a.m.
And welcome. You're watching The Full View here on SABC News Channel. Thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. An important one as we expect the State of the Nation address in just about an hour's time. It's a first, really. It'll be the first hybrid State of the Nation address, and a very smaller affair it is. Welcome to it. I'm Tshepiso Makwetla. And talking about smaller affair, Francis, it's going to be a cheaper one from the perspective that Parliament will be spending far less. It says about 2.2 million, but I think also cheaper for those who probably be splurging, especially on the red carpet. We know that people will fly as far as Italy, so cheaper all round, but sadly lots of jobs as well at that.
Yeah, you're right. There's a little economy around the State of the Nation address. I mean, we see that incredible fashion, that razzle-dazzle. The military gets to parade their best. We see flybys, so that's also, of course, an economic cost, but experience for those involved, and that's not happening this year. A very muted State of the Nation address perhaps befitting after the economic ravages of 2020. So remember, around this time last year, President Cyril Ramaphosa was upbeat, talking about fixing the fundamentals of the economy. That was when he laid out the plan for 2020, saying that it was time to get things right, and talking about an inclusive economy, sort of setting things right given what was needed in terms of redress about the past. A month later, not a month later, COVID-19 hit, and it was just economic turmoil. Basically, South Africa came to a halt. 2.2 million people lost their jobs, and incredible economic numbers. It looks like the economy could contract for 2020. Remember, we're waiting for the number for last year by close to 8%, and that's just incredible and much worse than some of the other countries that were also affected around the world. Well, President Cyril Ramaphosa is set to deliver his 5th State of the Nation address tonight. We'll see what he comes up with in this context. He is expected to tackle some of the key issues facing the country. Those include plans for the rollout of the vaccine to combat COVID-19 and to combat the pandemic, the ailing economy, job creation, industrial support, also expected to feature prominently in the speech. People will be looking out for any signs of what can be done about Eskom as well. Ramaphosa will also touch on plans to reignite the economy, load shedding likely to receive attention, gender-based violence, femicide also expected to take centre stage. Well, SABC News reporter Bulelani Philip is outside Parliament. Let's see if he can join us now. And Bulelani, you know, I saw a few people mingling around, decidedly underdressed compared to last year. I guess it's mostly journalists outside.
Well, good evening to you, Francis, and to the viewers. Well, it's a different affair this year, given that the ceremony of 2021 State of the Nation address has been drastically reduced down. As you've said, here in the precinct of Parliament at the moment, there's probably more journalists and cameramen that are here than the members of Parliament, which shows you that you know, this time of this year is going to be different. And of course, some members of Parliament who will be part of the 50 people that will be in the National Assembly have just walked in here into the National Assembly, where they expected to be seated by 6 o'clock, which is about a couple of minutes ago. So proceedings at the moment are ongoing, and we expect that the motorcade of the president is supposed to be coming in here from this direction at around 6:30, which is when things are going to be getting into the thick of things. Francis?
And Bulelani, apparently a remembrance for those who have lost their lives to COVID-19, so a somber beginning to the State of the Nation address.
Well, that's exactly what's going to be different this year. That ceremony, before the procession goes into the National Assembly, the President, accompanied by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thandi Modise, as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, will be lighting up candles in front of the House, where they will be remembering all those people who have passed away as a result of this pandemic, as well as those survivors who've made it through. Of course, the issue of COVID-19 is going to take center stage amongst other things, and it's for him a moment to actually remember all those people who've passed away. But also today it's a moment for him to give the country a plan of how they will combat this pandemic, but at the same time in terms of how they will clear the confusion around the implementation of this rollout plan of the vaccines. So today, one of the issues that we can expect for the president to dwell on quite extensively is the issue of the COVID-19 vaccine, as well as fighting this pandemic. Francis?
Bulelani, final question for you. I mean, we've seen, it's not a tradition, but it's happened at least a couple of times that the EFF disrupts the State of the Nation address. They're not even going to be there today. Just tell us about the political parties and what they've decided on in terms of attendance today.
I think it's important just to take it a few days back when we're trying to solicit the comments from the EFF that, you know, they've gone to ground, have not actually given the media the space to actually get a sense from them. What do they expect from this 2021 SONA? And of course, today, one of the clearest indications about their feeling with the State of the Nation is that they won't be present in the House. We're told that they will be present virtually, but we've yet to see see that. But of course, the other party that will not be present in the House is the UDM. So we don't know maybe the reasons behind the stance of them not having a representative, at least inside the House, but choosing to go virtually, what it's based on. But we do know the EFF has made it clear that they are opposed to the leadership style of the president, and they've accused him of also, harboring a stance which is more favoring business, in particular white business, than ensuring that he transforms the economy. So we'll have to wait and see how, and perhaps maybe they respond post this State of the Nation in terms of how they feel about tonight's State of the Nation address. Francis?
All right, thank you very much. Bulelani Philip, live for us outside Parliament. A very muted affair this time. So Tsepiso, I mean, a lack of fashion drama, a lack of praise singers, just the usual fanfare, and maybe the political drama as well.
But that's also quite interesting, Francis, because just looking and reflecting back on COVID-19, you remember at about March this year, a couple of weeks in, we had opposition parties really rallying around government and the difficult situation that they found themselves in. But it seems now that the one thing that seems to at least unite them is the thing around COVID-19 and corruption. And that has also been echoed in some of the criticisms and the calls on the president to really take a firm stand, not only on this, but be hoping that his strategic plans will be indicative of taking this seriously. Well, let's just find out what's happening, at least in the public gallery, court of public opinion. Samkele Maseko, SABC News reporter, joins us now, also from Parliament. Booze and beaches, border posts, these are some of the criticisms, say, have turned public opinion away from the president, Samkele. What are your thoughts on this? Is it going to be difficult for him to reel people in and support him in whatever it is that he presents?
Well, at this point in time, the political spectrum on the issue of the response of government on this COVID-19 pandemic has been fraught with divisions. At this point in time, you remember that the economic freedom fighters have criticized President Ramaphosa from closing the SADC borders in the country, particularly when you look at how there was a humanitarian crisis that was building up at the Braid Bridge border post. You look at how they have said that they're essentially closing down the borders for neighboring countries to come into the country, and the EFF going as far as to saying that the coronavirus never entered the country through the land post, but it entered through the country, through the airplane, through Tambo International Airport, and that the President of the Republic of South Africa is essentially closing the door on African countries and the African diaspora. So it essentially has divided the political spectrum. You'd remember that President Ramaphosa would call all political formations to a consultation period in either here in Cape Town or in Joburg at the union buildings to consult them on government's plan of fighting this particular pandemic that has ceased to exist. The IFP's, the spokesperson Mkhuleko Hlengwa, was complaining this morning that the president no longer does that, and that has essentially hampered government's response, and that it's not a response that all political formations can be united around, in saying that there is some sort of secrecy that has now creeped in government, and they also want to make sure that the procurement process for the vaccine is made public, and that the education process, South Africans can see it for themselves, and that SCOPA also has access to this particular process of procuring the vaccine in the country. As we've seen, that was fraud. The first scandal that hit of COVID-19 was when the procurement of personal protective equipment was fraught by allegations of corruption, even hitting the highest office in the land in the form of the spokesperson of President Cyril Ramaphosa, Khusela Diko.
Right. Now, in light of that, Samkele, I'd imagine that there is a sense of inertia around what the president can not only honestly promise, because some have said we've been having a family meeting so regularly that what new can he say, but we also had the finance minister not so long ago say you can't have everything all at once. Do you think that this is pretty much the tone that we're going to get from the president, saying that I'm doing the best that I can, but I can't be all things to all people?
Well, What essentially we are going to get, you'll have to just excuse me, I'm trying to look on my left, there seems to be some sort of activity, but what we are essentially going to get from President Ramaphosa is a speech that will seemingly, there is some sort of activity on the shot that you are seeing now from my colleague Lucky. You can see some members of the South African Armed Forces making their way here to the precinct. Now you'd understand that the number of people assisting with the State of the Nation address has significantly been reduced by government due to stay in line with COVID-19 regulations. We do know that the 21-gun salute will not take place this year due to this particular pandemic, and once the president arrives, he will be going over to his office and he'll go through the back to Parliament in order to be able to address the nation. Before that, there will be a candle lighting ceremony. But when it comes to the nitty-gritties of the substance of the content that we'll be receiving this evening from President Ramaphosa, it will be twofold: coronavirus procurement for the vaccine, and an economic aspect, because it has to be a balancing act of how you save lives and how you also strengthen the South African economy in order to stimulate it to create jobs. We can expect the president to speak extensively on the issues surrounding power utility Eskom. You remember Eskom was rolling out stage 3 load shedding yesterday, which negatively affects the South African economy. At some point, the president dubbed Eskom as single-handedly the biggest threat to the South African economy, particularly when Eskom was at stage 6, an unprecedented stage 6 of load shedding. So these are some of the issues that the president will speak over, and also the district modeling of rolling out infrastructure development or development within communities. Those are some of the issues that the president has been fighting off late. I'm just going to bring in Natasha Mozoni from the Democratic Alliance, who's the chief whip for the official opposition party, and how they view and stand as the Democratic Alliance in what they expect from President Ramaphosa, particularly knowing that she sits in the Portfolio Committee of Public Enterprises as well. Ms. Mozoni, as the Democratic Alliance, what do you expect to hear from President Ramaphosa this evening?
Tonight, all we want to hear from President Ramaphosa is the plans that he has in place to get us all vaccinated and to get those vaccines to us in time before it's too late. We want to hear exactly how he's going to stimulate the economy to get small and medium enterprises back up and running. We want to hear how he's going to make sure that education crisis doesn't fall deeper into the crisis than it's in already. And we want to hear how job growth is actually going to physically be rolled out in a format to ensure that we don't have the unemployment rate hitting a 35 to 40% rate going forward.
Ms. Mozoni, I see you've got a campaign going on there with the mask that you are wearing, vaccines. Now, there's been blunders with the vaccine, particularly procuring vaccines that expire within a 2-month period when you receive them with a 3-month lifespan. As the Democratic Alliance, how do you view that particular saga playing out?
Well, I see it playing out as a bit of a horror movie because we also don't know the efficiency rate of this particular vaccine that we're getting. Now, the scary thing is that countries that are developing, third world countries around the world, in South America, in Asia, in the Middle East, they've started hitting the 50% vaccination mark, where 50% of their population has been vaccinated. We haven't vaccinated one person in our country yet. So it's incredibly concerning, and the president has to take responsibility for this massive blunder that A, has cost the country a fortune, and B, is going to cost us many, many lives.
Ms. Mozoni, you look at the issues of the procurement of the vaccine. You've got Sputnik 5 coming from Russia, you've got AstraZeneca, you've got Johnson & Johnson also coming into the country. Where should the focus be with government in procuring this particular vaccines, and which ones have a particular issue of being able to spot and to deal with the new variant in South Africa?
Well, I think it's, this variant is making it so difficult, and that's why we need to get people vaccinated now before this variant starts taking hold and it becomes the main COVID virus that we have in our country. So I think the trick to this is to make sure that you don't limit yourself to any one company. We should be looking towards the Sputnik, towards AstraZeneca. We should be looking towards Moderna, Pfizer. Anyone who can get us the vaccine. We need everyone to send us the vaccine, and we need as many as possible to come into our country as quickly as possible.
When you look at issues particularly surrounding state-owned enterprises, which is a portfolio committee you sit in, and the issue of Eskom rolling out stage 3 load shedding yesterday, do you have any confidence that particularly the single biggest threat to our economy, which is Eskom, can be able to get its ducks in a row and provide the much needed energy security to stimulate our economy?
Well, now that I'm Chief Whip, I've had to give up my portfolio of public enterprises, so Khaleb Kachalia has taken over from me. But isn't it interesting that on the day of SONA, we hit stage 3 load shedding, experts telling us we could hit stage 6, even going up to a stage 8. Now, to power an economy, you need electricity. No foreign investment is going to come into our country if they don't have a secure energy supply. Some of the vaccines require refrigeration. So we can't have a situation where we get the vaccine in our country and the fridges don't work because of load shedding. Oxygen machines in hospitals require electricity. So it's not just the fact that you can't turn on the TV and watch Generations or the news. It's now becoming a life-saving commodity, energy. And I think that what we need to remember is it was Cyril Ramaphosa himself who told us that our energy woes would be a thing of the past and a distant memory and a bad memory. He told us that at the last SONA. Tonight we sit with stage 3 load shedding.
What is the Democratic Alliance's plans on the issues of rolling out the vaccine? If you were in government, how would you go about in rolling out this particular vaccines to South Africans, knowing that there is infrastructure problems, particularly in rural areas in the country?
Well, firstly, I would make sure that the National COVID Council was done away with, and that a body that would have accountability to Parliament and to the people of South Africa was in charge of the rollout of the vaccine. I would also make sure that the premiers were given a greater authority and a greater say in the way the vaccine is rolled out, because obviously each province has its own dynamics and its own different ways in which the vaccine would be easier to roll out. So what I would do is I would also call in the opposition parties. I would get everyone around the table, which we should have done from word go when the pandemic started, and we would look at it as a group of South Africans and not just as a political party rollout as we've seen now. So what we need to see is South Africans working together, working harder and smarter to make sure that the rollout of the vaccine isn't hindered like we've seen this particular vaccine that's come in now expiring in April. Had we had more eyes on the prize, certainly this would have been avoided.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mazoni. That is the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance. She had served in the Portfolio Committee of Public Enterprises, which has been taken over by Khaleb Kachalia. That was my mistake there. But they seem to have a campaign going with the leader of the Democratic Alliance, John Steenhuisen, in black masks. And the issue of the mask says vaccines now, as you can see. It's coming in about a week, in the words of the Minister of Health, Dr. Zwelini Mkhize. There's also the issue of Sputnik 5 from Russia, which has been raised by the SACP. Back to you in studio.
Samkela Masego speaking to Natasha Mazoni, which is only one of 50 members of Parliament who will be there for this reduced State of the Nation address, as we mentioned, a hybrid event this year. Francis?
Thanks, Apisa. As we were talking about earlier, I mean, the economic indicators heading into the State of the Nation address are just horrible, given the ravages of COVID-19, and a lot of the plans of last year just dissipated as we went into that lockdown, that very hard lockdown in March last year. And of course, the economy is nowhere near recovering. We're now joined by Isabel Fry, Director at the Institute for Studies in Poverty and Inequality, looking at issues of poverty, inequality, how the poor have been very hard hit by this. And from an investor perspective, from Nkunzi Wealth, the Group CEO, Owen Nkomo, with us. Thank you both for being with us tonight. Isabel, if I may start with you. I mean, dealing with inequality in South Africa, something you care about deeply. Last year, the President was saying we can get some redress. We can work towards an inclusive economy. There was some excitement around that. Look at the structural things that keep the poor poor. Are all those plans basically, have they gone up in smoke?
Thanks, Francis, and good evening to you and to your viewers. It's a very comprehensive, complex question that you ask, because we know on the one hand that certain things have been done. We've seen the rollout of social relief of distress grants, which have really crossed that threshold of giving social security to working age people. But on the other hand, with the withdrawal of them, because those structural reforms have not been undertaken, we see that people are still dependent and waiting, and hence the poverty levels that people are in are even more dire right now. So, I think that what we didn't see last year was a real grappling with the extent of the problem. So we also have different narratives happening at the National Treasury. So, for instance, we get told when trying to motivate for the extension as social justice activists at Nedlac for social grants, we get told there is no money, and yet we see a Business Insider article on the 8th of February saying that Treasury has the embarrassment of sitting on 378 billion additional rands than it really should, that it planned for. So the question is, what is the real economy? Because we know from our membership, we know from the research that my institute does, that for millions of people sitting across the country, that they know the real economy of their household. The real economy is that there is no food, there is very little hope. We know that the education system has staggered, and we don't see the indicators that are going to people saying, we're going to take the wealth that exists in this country, we're going to make sure that everybody has access to some. So the question on vaccines is critically important, but you've also got to ask the back question, which is, once people have been vaccinated, how are people going to eat at that point in time?
Yeah, a good question indeed. If you could hear one thing tonight, very quickly, what would you like to hear from the President?
Definitely an expansion of the social relief of distress grants for 12 months so that people have some certainty, bringing women in because women were generally ineligible for the social relief of distress grants. We also know that 350 rand is well below the food poverty line. So even that extension of assistance is not going to let people have enough food to eat to survive. But that is the way that you kickstart the economy. And if you look at the global findings, I was talking to a colleague who's working in the UK, and what they're finding is that those people who've listened to the seasoned kinds of responses, such as go in big, go in at a household level in terms of your stimulus and your response, that needs to happen. Francis, we can't hear austerity. If we have austerity, we're going to wither away and die. We need to make sure that people have enough to stimulate. We need that purchasing power in the hands of millions of people who haven't had it tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Owen and Cornwall. You deal with a very different picture. In fact, many, Owen, would say that the markets are not reflective at all of the real economy. So we're talking about people struggling to eat, and the markets have been soaring. That's a question for a little bit later on. What do investors want to hear tonight?
Well, Francis, and thanks for having me. I think the most important thing, as I've said in the past, is that consistency of policy drives, consistency of the leadership in the country in terms of the message they're driving is very important. We want to make sure that what has been said last year and the previous years by the leadership of the country, particularly President Ramaphosa, in this State of the Nation address in a typical period, we want to find out if there's consistency in the previous message and the message is going to deliver now. Obviously, we've had to deal with the challenge of COVID, but before then, we had to deal with unemployment and a slow economy and things like that. We going through load shedding at the moment. I think we need to have honest questions, and we need to have honest responses from the president in terms of how he thinks that his government has done and what the challenges are currently. Because as we sit here as business and as people at home, all we want to do is to be able to make our plans and know that the government, whatever they're telling us, we can rely on that information in order for us to shape the future of our businesses and our individual selves, so that the country can move forward from a business perspective and an individual perspective. We want to know what it's going to do to fix these questions that are arising out of COVID. We want to know as well what it's going to do to try and fix the economy. How is it dealing with corruption? We also want to understand the extent of the implementation of the infrastructure projects that have been spoken about for many, many years. We know the government is trying to spend about 800 billion. How much has been spent? And in terms of recovering the economy, how much of the 200 billion rands has been spent to help small businesses, which ultimately employ the men in the street, Francis. So all of those things are extremely important in my view, and perhaps maybe for the president to lay down the groundwork for the budget speech coming up from Mr. Mboweni. But certainly I do, unfortunately for me, I think that there's been a failure to link these State of the Nation addresses to what has been addressed in the previous year. So that's what I would like us to get clarity from the president.
Okay, connect the dots. And Owen, I mean, sometimes investors and business people call for austerity. Isabel is saying that that'll be a death knell, no more austerity. Do you think that this year we can all agree that there must be some sort of spending, like you say, there needs to be something to help small businesses? We need to assess the spending that's already happened. Will investors be happy even if that 350 Rand grant, which is a lifeline to some unemployed people, gets extended?
You know, Francis, the guy who's earning 350 rands a month will rather be earning 3,500 to 6,000 rands a month. So how do we get that to happen? We need the government to make sure that infrastructure projects happen. We need to make sure the government creates an environment that allows entrepreneurs to get access to capital. These 200 billion rands I mentioned earlier, if it hasn't got to 50 billion rands by now, I'll be disappointed, because it just shows that there is less and less or fewer of the small businesses that are benefiting from the government support. You need to create an environment for entrepreneurs to succeed. You need to create an environment where we don't have to pay people 350 rands. We don't have to pay people grants, but people can have a higher chance of getting a job that can be that can pay them a little bit more, and they can be self-sustaining. And any failure to that, Francis, I can guarantee you that we are slowly moving towards a position where the government will not be able to shoulder its responsibility to these people that can actually survive on 350 rands a month. We need an economy that is creating jobs that will give people 3,500 to 30,000 rands plus, because the environment allows entrepreneurs to thrive.
Isabel, you can respond to that if you like. And also, I mean, both of you have mentioned corruption. That is something that takes money out of the hands of the poor. It's just resulted in shock horror over the last few months. How does the president show leadership around corruption tonight?
Thank you. I think that there are a few things that Owen and I would agree on. The point of corruption being one of those. But I do want to pick up on very briefly on one of the narratives that he was talking about. And that is, many people say we need to look to the future in order to fix problems, and so that people won't have to survive on grants. We completely agree with that. On the other hand, people live on a daily basis. What we're saying is that at least what we want to hear for the next 12 months, there is some kind of certainty. He was talking about certainty for investors, but certainty for millions of rights holders under the South African Constitution is what we want to see. The other point that I wanted to pick up in terms of where money goes, we know that there is additional wealth in this country. We know that it's sitting idle. So the point in terms of the kinds of tax policies that we are adopting, the kinds of monetary policy, there is certainly space to continue. And I think the most disappointing thing is that if you look at policies over the last 24 years, we've been bound by the same constraints, saying we don't want to shock the markets, the investors. We want to ensure that there's additional money, but it doesn't come through. It doesn't trickle down to people. We talk about jobs. We talk about needing to create jobs. I was on a webinar this afternoon looking at Africa until 2063. Very few other countries are saying we can't do anything until we create jobs. People are saying, what do we do in the here and now? In order to sustain micro entrepreneurs, people need to have buying power. If you look, for instance, at the question of where we go and how we link the formal and informal, those are the questions that we need to be asking. We need to be asking, how do we free data up so that micro entrepreneurs can talk to the question of purchasing and increasing their purchasing power? I think, Francis, what we need to do is look at the here and now, take stock of that. I mean, I discovered to my concern that while we have many policies on jobs, we don't have a single strategy. So we talk about the need to create things. We talk about major plans. When you look at these, what is our industrial policy? What are the jobs, the skills that are coming to that? There isn't that kind of linked up state. So I agree that we need to spend a lot of time looking at, in the post-COVID moment, how do we go forward? But our deepest appeal is right now, we need to give a promise to the ordinary people in South Africa, the 22 million who are working age adults, 22 million people who are not in the labor market. Those are the people who directly the president needs to speak to tonight.
All right, Isabel Fry from the Institute for Studies in Poverty and Inequality and Nkunzi Wealth Group CEO Owen Nkomo. Please stay with us. Thank you for being with us. We'll continue this discussion. Just a quick welcome tonight to our viewers from SABC2, a special broadcast in the run-up to the State of the Nation address. Owen, let's move to you. You talk about, I mean, you're both talking here about job creation. It's so urgently needed. And you talk about this enabling environment. The fact is, there are so many people unemployed. We need jobs now. What exactly should the president say tonight?
Yeah, look, I mean, you know, Francis, it's a difficult one. When I was young and I was growing up, I always wanted to be a president. But I think that having witnessed a few presidents in my lifetime, I think it's not an easy job to have. So what we essentially need, like I said, I mean, I want the president to say there is money to help entrepreneurs grow their businesses. And this money has been used, or this is how you can access it. I can promise you there's many people that are taking risks and saying, I'm leaving employment, I want to create jobs. But there is no support, there's no clear line of sight to say this is where you get the money. And the one thing that the president, in my view, as part of his legacy that he builds, is a requirement for any leader and any minister in the government to make sure that they report back to the citizenry. I got 100 billion, this is what I have done with it. But at this stage, Francis, we have not seen that happening. And I think that this is why things just continue to just get worse and worse. For example, the 200 billion rands that's been given to the corporate banks to invest is not reaching black business people. It is obviously being given to white established businesses on the same measurements that you would get as a black business person going to ask for money in the bank. That is fine. The risk metrics make sense, but in my view, how are you then going to increase the number of participants that are not historically advantaged if you're going to continue to use historic measures of assessing credit accessibility to people in business? The president needs to be very bold about that if he is to create more people who have not economically participated in the first economy. Yeah. And I think he needs to be brave, and he needs to take custody of that.
And is small business the right focus? Oh, and I mean, of course, we must support small businesses, but some experts are saying the huge companies are creating the jobs right now, even though the NDP and many other plans were speaking about small businesses. We need to keep those companies together, the big ones.
Yes, you have to find the right balance, Francis. But the big companies are the same companies that are actually firing people right now. They're retrenching en masse. So those people, in my view, if during the good times, we could make sure that the smaller companies can make the decisions that will help make sure the big companies are supported from a subcontracting perspective, I think you will be able to save some of those jobs that are being lost from the big companies. Francis, in my humble view, it's a simple question of numbers. If there is 30% of procurement from black companies by the big entities, can the government finance that 30% so that black people don't struggle to take a piece of the pie that will make sure that they can sustain the companies that they're starting? At this stage, I promise you, we're on autopilot. And as black business, we don't know where to go to get the financial support we need to participate, to take advantage of the 30% allocation that we have according to the constitution of the country.
All right, unfortunately, we have to wrap it there. I was hoping to throw more questions at both of you. Thank you for being with us tonight. Talking about the dire situation ahead of the State of the Nation address in terms of the economy, many pushing for an extension of that 350 Rand grant that's about to run out. And of course, government has said that the money is tight, but that's been a lifeline for many. We'll see what the president has to say. That was Isabel Fry from the Institute for Studies in Poverty and Inequality, and Owen Nkomo from Nkunzi Wealth. All right, let's return to Parliament. SABC News reporter Bulelani Philip joining us once more. And Bulelani, what's happening right now? Earlier we didn't see much activity. Has it picked up?
Well, hi again, Francis. Well, the president just blindsided us. We're expecting him to come from the Plain Street side of Parliament, but we just learned just a short while ago, if I can step out of picture, can see a couple of cars that are forming part of his motorcade, and we do believe his car has just entered 10 days, which is his parliamentary office here in Parliament. Of course, he will make his way from 10 days underneath the tunnel that leads him straight into the National Assembly, where he will be joined by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thandi Modise, as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, just in front of the entrances of the House. Of course, they will be having a recorded, 21-gun salute, as well as having the national anthem before they actually, get down to some of the important things like lighting candles in remembrance of people who actually passed away as a result of COVID-19. Of course, from there, that's when they'll make their way into the National Assembly, where he's expected to deliver his State of the Nation address shortly after 7 o'clock. Francis?
All right, so Samba starts, and we know that all the frills have been cut here. I mean, the main thing, the main cost will be ensuring that this goes out virtually. It's a hybrid affair, some 50 people or so in Parliament and the rest online. What will we see as viewers? Is it hope that that'll be seamless, that the political parties can even cut in as they wish online? Bulelani.
Well, Francis, the virtual platform that they've created today is one that is non-interactive. So what you will begin to see is the speaker beginning the proceedings, of course, with the usual moment of silence before she actually announces the business of the day, which is essentially just the State of the Nation address for 2021. That's when the president is expected to actually, take to the podium, where he is expected to deliver that State of the Nation address. Of course, you know that in the past, when members of the National Assembly, in particular members of the economic freedom fighters, were inside the National Assembly, they could actually use their microphones in terms of maybe raising a few points of order on issues that they are concerned about. But this time around, we won't be able to actually have a platform where that members of Parliament can use to interact with the proceedings if they are joining via the virtual platform. So those are some of the differences between this year's State of the Nation address as well as those compared to previous years. But of course, as you said earlier, no more guard of honor, no choirs and no bands that have been here outside. It's pretty much been a media affair, and we've been trying to get hold of anybody of those people who finally or managed to be part of the 50 people who will be participating inside the House this evening. Francis?
All right, thank you very much, Bulelani. So in terms of this address, it'll possibly have a similar look and feel to some of the addresses that we've heard from the President over the last few months in terms of COVID-19. But will it be very different? What rabbits can he pull out of the hat? Given the state of the economy, given what's needed to go into this year when we're still waiting for vaccines, this is the State of the Nation address when the President lays out the plans basically for the upcoming year. There was SABC News reporter Bulelani Philip. We take a short break. Lots more to come on The Full View.
I'm an ex-offender. I served a 10-year sentence. Prison, I require 16, 17 hours. Like mamela radio every day. And Ukozi FM gave me hope during my hopelessness days. I'm a CEO and founder of Ukozi Solutions. Its primary focus is to deal with corruption, bribery, fraud, and theft. Imagine from prison to businesswoman/entrepreneur because of SABC Radio.
It's time to take a step forward to a connected workforce that guarantees business efficiency and continuity. Start your year with Business Internet Wireless for reliable, uncapped fiber-like high-speed connectivity. 10 megabits per second for only $8.99 for 24 months. Add a 3,000 VA UPS and Wi-Fi extender for $338 per month times 24 months. Search Vodacom Business, contact your account manager or ask your sales advisor in store. Vodacom Business. Ready?
This year's SONA will be like no other before. President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver a virtual State of the Nation address from Parliament. He's expected to focus on several issues, including the effect of COVID-19 on the economy, the vaccine rollout, and other matters. That's Thursday at 7 p.m. on SABC2, SABC News Channel, SABC radio stations, and SABC digital platforms. SABC News, independent, impartial.
Cabinet has decided to steadily ease a number of restrictions under adjusted level 3. Faith-based gatherings will now be permitted. Such gatherings may not exceed 50 people for indoor venues and 100 people for outdoor venues. Public places such as beaches, dams, rivers, parks, and public swimming pools will be reopened subject to health protocols. Social gatherings, political events, traditional council meetings, and gatherings at sports grounds will not be permitted. The sale of alcohol by licensed premises for on-site consumption such as restaurants and taverns will be permitted from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The hours of the curfew will now be from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m.
And welcome back. As you see, President Cyril Ramaphosa delivers his 5th State of the Nation address shortly. It's his 3rd year as head of state, but there's no doubt that no president in post-democratic South Africa has had to ward off the devastating effects of a global public health crisis as he's had to. While Ramaphosa will honour the more than 46,000 lives lost to COVID in a candle lighting ceremony before he speaks, his critics say he's disappointed in his handling of the pandemic. So whether or not this criticism is fair, he will have a lot of convincing to do when he sets out to reflect on the past year and set out the strategic goals of his government for the year ahead. Now, joining us now to discuss what lies ahead and why is it, Sanusha Naidu, political analyst at the Institute for Global Dialogue, Professor Derkotsa, political analyst at UNISA's Department of Political Sciences. Welcome to you both. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening and thank you.
Now, I'd like to hear your views. Some pundits say this SONA will probably be the toughest since 1994. Let me start with you, Professor Kotsa. Your thoughts?
Yes, I think it's going to be a daunting task for President Ramaphosa, and he will have two factors to balance. The first one is the economy, and the second one is the pandemic, and now more specifically the vaccination process. Both of them are very difficult, and together with that is the fiscal situation, the fact that the government is not in a very good position. So it doesn't have many options in terms of funding of both of them. And I think that will be one of his main challenges. Together with that will be local government. This is the year of local government elections, so I expect that he's going to attend more than usually to local government issues also.
And as you can see, visuals of the president's motorcade arriving in Parliament through those parliamentary gates, and lots of expectations, but only 50 MPs will be there to hear the president as he delivers that State of the Nation address. So let's then speak to our colleague Bulelani Philip, who's there. Bulelani, so just give us a sense who is there. Part of that motorcade, we know we mentioned 50 members of Parliament. Is there anybody who will be arriving immediately after the president?
Well, Tsepiso, a short while ago when I spoke to you, I thought it had been the president who was entering Tenes, but it turns out that it was the deputy president, David Mabuza. But a short while ago now, we've seen and confirmed that the president's real motorcade is actually the one that has just gone into the gates of Tenes. Of course, it's just minutes away from coming to the National Assembly, where he will go through all the other official ceremonies before he delivers the State of the Nation Nation address. Of course, as you can see in pictures, part of the motorcade is trying to actually find some space to park, and I'm sure it's part of the real security detail of the president. Everything here is done according to a minute, according to a second, and cars here are parked in a particular way at a certain place. So you can see that there's actually quite a seriously planned security detail around the president. Of course, from now on, we won't be seeing him from where I'm standing, but I'm sure the visuals that will be coming from inside will actually give you a sense of when the president walks towards the National Assembly stairs in front of the House. So, Tsepiso, for now, we're going to cross back to you for more.
All right, thank you, Bulelani. And speaking of careful planning, Ms. Naidu, let's hear from you. So what do you see as his biggest hurdle in terms of illustrating critical actions to build a capable state? Because as mentioned by Professor Kosa, COVID-19, the vaccine rollout, economic recovery within a sea of growing unemployment and poverty are competing for each other at this point.
Indeed, Sipiso. And I think the challenge for the president is to manage all of this in a reconcilable way. As the Prof had mentioned, it's reconciling the pandemic with sluggish growth, if not the fact that we were in a technical recession even before the pandemic hit. And then, of course, remembering that we weren't creating jobs. And, of course, the question of inequality and the widening gap there. So I think for him, the triple oppression of poverty, inequality and unemployment has just exacerbated itself. And then, of course, the whole question of the pandemic. And I want to make the point that the pandemic and the health issue are intertwined, because we have to see them as sustainable issues in terms of how do we go forward in terms of an inclusive growth. All right. And as you can see, the visuals there of the president lighting a candle, what he is going to do, he's just walked into Parliament led by the Speaker, Thandi Modise. He's lighting a candle in remembrance of the 46,000 lives lost to COVID-19. It's a candle-lit ceremony that will no doubt be very personal for him. He's just lost a very good friend, the minister in the presidency, Jackson Mthembu, to the pandemic. South Africa now almost at 1.5 in terms of the number of people affected. And as you've just heard from two analysts here, why this is one of the biggest challenges facing the president, that the two are intertwined. And I want to come back to you, Professor Kosa. I want to talk about the youth. It's the biggest demographic that he, I think, needs to appeal to at this point. He spoke about plans last year on the Marshall Plan to spend about 100 billion rand over the next 3 years to get the young people working. But can he still make those promises of work opportunities, especially as there are huge losses we've seen in sectors like the creative sector and other spheres of the economy?
Well, the situation obviously is very different from last year, this time when he presented the SONA speech then. Part of the difference is a huge chunk of the budget, of the past budget, went for the PPEs and dealing with the pandemic in general, more than 500 billion rand. So the budgeting process, the fiscal situation radically changed since then. I think what we are seeing, therefore, is that what we are during this time is that instead of job creation, the focus moved to social welfare, and the grants that were given, special grants, the TERS as well as the 351, as a way of compensating for the loss of jobs. But now I think we are in the position, government, of saying, well, the next step after this, the social grants, is not sustainable. What will be the next step in terms of it? And I think the government will say, from a fiscal point of view, we can't do it on our own. We need to do it in partnership with the private sector. And there the notion of the social compact that President Ramaphosa has used very regularly in the past, the idea of the reconstruction and recovery plan as also an example of that, I think will receive a lot of prominence.
So just to our viewers on Channel 404 and SABC2, which we're seeing their live visuals from the National Assembly, it is occupied by 15 members of Parliament. Of course, the allocation has been on the basis of numbers of the number of seats that parliamentarians occupy according to party. And let's just take you there to listen in briefly. All right, a moment of silence being observed there for the 46,000 South Africans lost there in the National Assembly. It's a ceremony devoid of pomp and ceremony, and aptly so, rightly so, given the fact that the country is reeling from the devastating effects of COVID-19. And to just look at what the President may announce, we're joined by political analyst Sanusha Naidu and Professor Dirk Kotze. So we've been talking about some of the challenges that he faces, but I want to talk about, Ms. Naidu, why there is such pessimism. I mean, if you were to look at the statement put out by the UDM earlier on today, saying that there is nothing new expected from President Cupcake, as he calls him. So we'll just talk a bit more about that in just a moment, but now let's listen in on what's happening in Parliament.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, President of the Republic of South Africa,
There will now be a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honourable members, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence in the chamber of the Deputy Chief Justice RMM Zondo and Justice D.H. Zondi, the Justice of the Supreme Court of Appeal, as well as the other members of the judiciary who have joined through the virtual platform. I would also like to acknowledge the attendance of the premiers who have joined us in the chamber as well as virtually, and the speakers and their delegates who have also connected via the virtual platform. I welcome all of you. Honourable members, for those of us who are in the chamber, we request, in the interest of safety, that you keep to your allocated seats and that you keep your masks on. Honourable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84(2)(d) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 7(1)(a), in order to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honourable, the President, to address the joint sitting. Mr. President, sir.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thandi Modise, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Deputy President of the Republic, David Dabete Mambuza, former President Thabo Mbeki and Mrs. Mbeki, former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, former Deputy President Baleka Mbete, Chief Justice Mogoeng Mogoeng and Deputy Chief Justice Zondo, and all esteemed members of the judiciary, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers of our provinces, members of the National Assembly, speakers from the various legislatures, members of the National Council of Provinces, the Dean of the European Union region representing the diplomatic corps, distinguished guests and members and fellow South Africans. On this day, 31 years ago, President Nelson Mandela walked out of the gates of Victor Verster prison, a free person, a living embodiment of the resilience and courage of the people of South Africa. His release signaled great hope of better things to come. It actually signaled that the freedom of the people of South Africa was nigh. For nearly 40 million years, an extraordinary ecosystem has existed here at the southernmost tip of our continent. The fynbos, which stretches across the Cape, has among the most distinctive features of any plants that are found on our earth. It can adapt to dry and hot summers and cold and rainy winters. It is wondrous in its diversity. Our national flower, the protea, is a species of the fynbos. When I opened the 3rd National Investment Conference last year, I spoke of the protea's unique properties that in so many ways resembles our national character as South Africans. What is most unique and special about the fynbos that we find plentiful here in the Western Cape is that to be sustainable and to survive, the fynbos needs fire. At least once every 20 years, the fynbos must burn at extremely high temperatures to allow the ecosystem to be rejuvenated and to grow afresh. Throughout the summer, the burnt foliage of the fynbos lies desolate, but when the autumn rains return, the seeds explode and germinate, and its life cycle begins all over again. And it displays the splendor and the beauty that we often see when we look at the beautiful sights of the Western Cape. The mountains bloom with new life as plants which once seemed lost and dead grow back even stronger than ever before. We, the people of South Africa, have over the past year experienced a terrible tragedy and hardship. Like a wildfire that sweeps across the mountains and the mountainous ranges of our country, where the fynbos grows, a deadly pandemic has swept across the world, leaving devastation in its path. And yet, like the hardy fynbos of our native land, we too have proven to be resilient in many, many ways. For three centuries, we were victims as a people of oppression, dispossession, and injustice. And for 3 centuries, we resisted this. The flames of injustice may have scarred us, but they did not consume us or destroy us. The rains of democracy brought rejuvenation to our country, and they also brought the birth of a new nation. We have risen time and time again from the depths of darkness to herald a new dawn and a new day. As we look on the grave damage that this disease, coronavirus, has caused, we know that, like the fynbos, like all those who have walked this land before us, we will rise again. Nearly a year has passed since South Africa saw the first case of the novel coronavirus, COVID-19. Since then, nearly 1.5 million people in our country are known to have been infected with the virus. More than 45,000 people are known to have died. Beyond these statistics lies a human story of tragedy and a human story of pain. There is no family, no community in our land, and no place of work that has not lost someone they knew, someone they worked with, and someone that they loved. It is also a story of courage and resilience. The resilience of the hospital worker who day after day, night after night, goes to work to save lives, knowing that they themselves are at risk of infection. It is a wonderful account of the courage of the police officer, the soldier, the essential worker, the caregiver, and all those on the front line who have kept our country safe, our people fed, and our economy going. It is a story of solidarity, and it is also a story of compassion, of a nation that has stood together to confront COVID-19 in ways not seen since the early days of our democracy. Along the way, as we were struggling with this virus, yes, mistakes were made. Yes, there was a lot of criticism, and it continues. But the fact of the matter is, we, the people of South Africa, have in the main stood together to fight this common enemy. More than anything else, this crisis has revealed the true character of our remarkable nation. It has revealed a spirit of the people who refused to be defeated by a virus. It is this South African spirit that must drive our resolve to build a new and more equal economy and a better and more just society. The year ahead must be a time for change, for progress, and also for rebirth. It must be a year in which we rise as a people, and we do things that are going to make us rise. This is no ordinary year, and this is no ordinary State of the Nation address. I will therefore focus this evening on the four most overriding priorities that we have for 2021. They are not many, but they are focused. First, we must defeat the coronavirus pandemic. That is primary in everything that we have to do as a nation. And second, we must accelerate our economic recovery. Third, we must implement economic reforms to create sustainable jobs and drive inclusive growth. And finally, and not leaving many other things aside, but these are the key ones. And finally, we must fight corruption and strengthen the state that has been weakened. In the coming weeks, we will address other important elements of the government's program for the year as we move on. Fundamental to our nation's recovery is an unrelenting and comprehensive response to overcome the virus. South Africa has just emerged from the second wave of infections since COVID-19 arrived in our shores in March of last year. Driven by a new variant of the virus, this second wave was more severe, and it cost many more lives than the first wave. Nevertheless, the human cost could have been far greater had we not moved quickly to restrict movement as well as activity, had we not prepared our health facilities, and had South Africans not observed the basic protocols of health, the devastation caused by the virus could have been far, far worse. This year, we must do everything in our means to contain and overcome the pandemic. This means intensifying our prevention, all the prevention efforts and strengthening our health system. It also means that we must undertake a massive vaccination program to save lives and dramatically reduce infections across the entire population. Earlier this week, we were informed that one of the vaccines that we had procured, the AstraZeneca vaccine, offers minimal protection from mild to moderate infection by the new variant known as 501Y.V2. This is according to early findings of a study by our scientists and researchers. We applaud these scientists, and we really have outstanding scientists in our country. We applaud them for leading this research and providing new evidence that is vital for guiding our response to this pandemic. Since this variant is now the dominant variant in our country, these findings have significant implications for the pace, the design, as well as the sequencing of our vaccination program. While it should not delay the start of the vaccination program by much, it will affect the choice of vaccines and the manner of their deployment. The first phase of our vaccination program, which is targeted at health and other frontline workers, will now use the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which has been shown to be effective against 501Y. We have secured 9 million doses of Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The first batch of some 80,000 doses will arrive in the country next week. Further consignments will arrive over the next 4 weeks, totaling 500,000 Johnson & Johnson vaccines. All provinces have already rolled out their plans to enable the first vaccines to be administered. The Deputy President, David Mabuza, is leading an interministerial committee that is overseeing this massive rollout. I wish to thank our provinces for their level of preparedness for this massive undertaking that we are about to embark upon. In addition, we have secured 12 million vaccines from the COVAX facility. This will be complementing other vaccines that are available to South Africa through the African Union's Acquisition Task Team facility that we set up. Pfizer has committed 20 million vaccine doses, commencing with deliveries at the end of the first quarter. We are continuing our engagement with all vaccine manufacturers to ensure that we secure sufficient quantities of vaccines that are suitable for our conditions in terms of the variant that we have here. The health and safety of our people remains our paramount concern. All medication imported in South Africa are monitored, they are evaluated, they are investigated and inspected and registered by the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. We will continue to use the science-driven approach that has served us so well since the earliest days of the pandemic. The success of the vaccination program will rely on active collaboration between all sectors of society. We are greatly encouraged by the active involvement of business, labor, health, industry players, as well as medical aid schemes, and in particular, in preparing for the mass vaccination drive that they've been involved in. As we have overcome before, we will overcome this challenge once again, and we will rise. But it is not just this disease that we must defeat. We must overcome poverty, hunger, joblessness, and the inequality in our country. We must overcome a legacy of exclusion and dispossession that continues to impoverish our people and which this pandemic has severely worsened. When I delivered the State of the Nation address in this House last year, none of us could have imagined how within a matter of weeks our country and our world would have changed so dramatically. Our plans had to be adapted in response to a global emergency. The budgets that we had crafted had to be reprioritized, and many programs that we had as government in our various departments, including in our provinces and our local government structures, had to be deferred. Over the past year, South Africa has experienced a sharp decline in growth and a significant increase in unemployment. Poverty is on the rise, inequality is deepening. In the third quarter of 2020, our economy was 6% smaller than it was in the last quarter of 2019. There were 1.7 million fewer people employed in the third quarter of 2020 than there were in the first quarter before the pandemic struck. Our unemployment rate now stands at a staggering 30.8%. As a result of the relief measures that we implemented and the phased reopening of the economy, we expect to see a strong recovery in employment by the end of the year. As we work to contain the spread of the virus, we also had to take extraordinary measures to support ordinary South Africans. We also had to assist businesses that were in distress and protect people's livelihoods. The social and economic relief package that we introduced in April of last year is by any accounts the largest intervention of its kind in the history of our country. It identified measures worth a total of 500 billion, or about 10% of our GDP, to provide cash directly to the poorest households, to provide wage support to workers, and to provide various forms of relief to struggling businesses. This had never been done in the history of our country. A total of 18 million people, or close to 1/3 of our population, received additional grant payments through these relief measures. It is estimated that this grant lifted more than 5 million people above the food poverty line, helping to alleviate hunger in a moment of great distress and crisis. To date, more than 57 billion in wage support has been paid to over 4.5 million workers through the special UIF TERF scheme. More than 1.3 billion has been provided in support, mainly for small and medium enterprises. In addition, over 70 billion rand in tax relief was extended to businesses in distress. Around 18 billion rand in loans have been approved for 13,000 businesses through the loan guarantee scheme that we put together. To fellow South Africans, it is nearly 4 months since I stood here before the joint sitting of this Parliament to present to the nation the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. This evening, we stand here not to make promises, but to report on the progress in the implementation of the recovery plan, and also the priority actions that we need to take to restore growth and to create jobs. Since the launch of the plan, we have focused on 4 priority interventions: a massive rollout of infrastructure throughout the country, a massive increase in local production, an employment stimulus to create jobs and support livelihoods, and the rapid expansion of our energy generation capacity. We announced that we would be embarking on a massive rollout of infrastructure throughout the country. We knew that to achieve this objective, we would need to steadily rebuild the technical skills within government to prepare and to manage large infrastructure projects. These were skills that had been lost over time. We have now developed an infrastructure investment program or project pipeline that is worth 340 billion rand in network industries such as energy, water, transport, as well as telecommunications. Construction has already started and progress is being made on a number of these projects. Since the announcement of the Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, we have launched 2 major human settlement projects that will provide homes to almost 68,000 households here in Gauteng. Well, not here in Gauteng in the north. Similar human settlement projects are planned all over the country in a number of other provinces. 2 years ago, I spoke about the dream of building new cities that will enable us to make a decisive break with apartheid special development. Many people laughed. Many scoffed the idea of new post-apartheid cities are being conceptualized in a number of places in our country, in a number of provinces. The Lanseria Smart City, the first new city to be built in a democratic South Africa, is now a reality in the making. The draft master plan for this smart city, which will become home to between 350,000 to 500,000 people within the next decade, was completed in November 2020 and is now out for public comment. This is reality. It is happening as we speak. And we now have a number of local government structures cooperating to build this city. Progress is being made on several major water infrastructure projects. These include phase 2 of the Mokolo and Crocodile River project and the Nkomazi water project as well. The infrastructure investment plan identifies roads and projects worth 19 billion rand covering the spine of the South African road network. Work is underway to finalize project finance and structuring for these projects. Resources have been committed from the fiscus to support the construction and rehabilitation of the major N1, N2, and N3 highways. These infrastructure projects will lead to the revival of our construction industry and the creation of much needed jobs. The 100 billion infrastructure fund is now in full operation. This fund will blend resources from the fiscus and financing from the private sector and development institutions. Its approved project pipeline for 2021 is varied and includes projects such as student housing infrastructure, which aims to provide 300,000 student beds. Another approved project is SA Connect, a program to roll out broadband to schools, hospitals, police stations, and other government facilities. The second priority intervention of the recovery plan is to support the massive increase in local production and to make South African exports globally competitive. This will encourage greater investment by the private sector in productive activity, and key to this plan is the renewed commitment from government, business, and organized labor to buy locally made products. And we've always been talking about localization and saying we encourage South Africans to buy local, to ensure that even what you wear, like the suit I'm wearing tonight, is locally made by South African workers. This commitment should lead to increased local production, which will lead to the revival of our manufacturing industry, which will lead to the employment of more and more of our people. If many of us men buy the suits that are made locally, more workers will be employed in the factories that make this suit. All social partners who participated in the development of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan as part of our social compact have agreed to work together to reduce our reliance on imports by 20% over the next 5 years. They have identified 42 products ranging from edible oils to furniture to fruit concentrates to personal protective equipment, steel products, and green economy inputs that can be sourced locally, because if we focus our mind on buying local, entrepreneurs will start making them. And entrepreneurs will start exporting them and competing with the rest of the world. But it should start here at home with us. If we achieve our target, we will significantly expand our productive economy, potentially returning more than 200 billion rand to the country's annual output. Last year, we undertook to create a larger market for small business and designate 1,000 locally produced products that must be procured from small, medium enterprises. As the COVID-19 pandemic forced the closure of global value chains, we have been able to speed up the initiative as the local supply chains become more open for locally manufactured products. To this end, Cabinet approved the Small Medium Enterprise Focused Localization Policy Framework, which identified 1,000 products. Furthermore, the Department of Small Business Development and Trade and Industry and Competition are supporting small and medium enterprises to access larger domestic and international markets. I've been very impressed with the work that these two departments have been doing. These efforts are supported by robust manufacturing support programs. In the State of the Nation address last year, I said that our vision for industrialization is underpinned by sector master plans to rejuvenate and grow key industries. 4 master plans that have been completed and signed to date, which are part of the social compact between labor, business, and government and communities, have already had an impact in their respective industries. Through the implementation of the Poultry Master Plan, And remember, our poultry industry was under a lot of stress. What the poultry industry needed was to have a master plan, which should have been arrived at, and it did happen on a compact basis. Now we're seeing progress in that industry. The industry has now invested 800 million rand to upgrade production. South Africa now produces an additional 1 million chickens every week. Now that is great progress. The Sugar Master Plan was signed during the lockdown with a commitment from large users of sugar to procure at least 80% of their sugar needs from local growers. Now, through the implementation of the plan last year, we saw a rise in local production and a decline in imported sugar, creating stability for an industry which employs well over 85,000 workers. Support for black small-scale farmers is being stepped up, with a large beverage producer committing to expand their procurement sharply and focusing on the small, medium enterprise producers. Now, since the signing of the Clothing, Textile, Footwear and Leather Master Plan in November in 2019, the industry has invested more than R500 million to expand local manufacturing facilities, including small, medium enterprises. We have worked closely with the auto sector to help it weather the pandemic. By the end of the year, the sector had recovered around 70% of its normal annual production in difficult circumstances. Last week, the Ford Motor Company announced a 16 billion rand investment to expand their manufacturing facility in Tshwane for the next generation Ford Ranger Bakkie, which they will export around the world to well over 150 countries. Now, this investment will support the growth of around 12 and more small medium enterprises in the automotive component manufacturing, an area in which many black-owned small businesses have never really entered. Now, through this initiative and this investment, we are going to see a number of small medium enterprises, largely in the Pretoria area, Mamelodi, Easterus, and places like that, coming to the fore and becoming active and being productive. Nearly half of the procurement spend on construction of the bulk earthworks and top structure of the Tshwane Special Economic Zone during this phase is expected to be allocated to small medium enterprises, and I was told that it will be some 200 medium enterprises, and the value could well be something like 1.7 billion rand in procurement opportunities. Toyota has invested in their KwaZulu-Natal facility to start production of the first generation hybrid electric vehicles to come off a South African assembly line. Now, this follows investment announcements by Nissan, Mercedes-Benz, and Isuzu in expanded production facilities, all of which cement South Africa's position as a global player in auto manufacturing and the biggest on the African continent. This year, our focus will be on getting the industry back to full production, implementing the Black Industrialist Fund, and working on a new platform for expanded auto trade with the rest of the continent. Now, a number of countries on our continent are already setting up their own auto manufacturing plants, but they are going to be relying on South Africa to supply them with various components and a whole lot of other products that go into building cars. Now, this will be the part of our concerted effort to boost our manufacturing sector, which has been going down. This year, we will begin to harness the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area, which came into operation on the 1st of January following the adoption of the Johannesburg Declaration by the African Union. The AFCFTA provides a platform for South African businesses to expand into markets across the continent and for South Africa to position herself as a gateway to the continent. To address the deep inequalities in our society, we must accelerate the implementation of broad-based Black economic empowerment policies on ownership, on control and management of our economy. That is a policy that must be implemented, and there is no reversal on that policy whatsoever. Last year, government agreed to landmark deals with companies that will advance Black economic empowerment by transferring ownership to their workers. In November last year, we held our 3rd South African Investment Conference to review the implementation of previous commitments and to generate new investment into our economy. Even under the difficult economic circumstances, the investment conference managed to raise 108 billion rand in additional investment commitments from a number of investors, together with investment commitments confirmed from the 2 previous investment conferences. We've now received 773 billion in investment commitments towards our 5-year target of 1.2 trillion rand. This is phenomenally successful. Firms have reported that some 183 billion of these investments has already flowed into projects that benefit the South African economy. This shows that our country is still an attractive investment destination for both local and offshore companies. We have worked to facilitate investment by increasing the ease of doing business, including by making it easier to start a business. This is one area that had slipped backwards, and we've been doing quite a lot of work to ensure that the ease of doing business is boosted so that investors, business people can easily come to our country, set up companies, and start business. In the past year, more than 125,000 new companies have been registered through the BIS portal platform, completing their registration in just a matter of hours from the comfort of their homes or their offices. And now it happens just like that, in a flash. We are making it easier for business to do business. Our 3rd priority intervention is an employment stimulus to create jobs and to support livelihoods. The largest number of jobs obviously will be created by the private sector in a number of industries as the economy recovers. So the private sector remains the primary and the biggest creator of jobs. And it is for this reason that we've embarked on massive reforms so that the private sector can continue investing in our country. We continue to work in a social compact with the private sector to create more conducive environments for them to be able to create jobs. Our compact with the private sector is underpinned by a clear commitment to grow our economy and to create jobs. However, the public sector also has a responsibility to stimulate job creation, both through its policies and through direct job creation opportunities. The presidential employment stimulus is one of the most significant expansions of public and social employment in South Africa's history. By the end of January 2021, over 430,000 opportunities have already been supported through the stimulus. Now, a further 180,000 opportunities are currently in the recruitment process. These opportunities are in areas like education, the arts, film, and so forth, and culture, global business services, early childhood development, and small-scale and subsistence farming. It also involves environmental programs such as the clearing of alien trees, the wetland rehabilitation, fire protection and prevention, as well as cleaning and greening across our municipalities. These programs are about real lives and real livelihoods. Nearly 500,000 people are now receiving an income, developing new skills, and contributing to their community and to the country's economy. This is no small feat. It means something is being done. We will continue to support employment for as long as it is necessary while the labor market recovers, even as we work to promote stronger and more resilient growth in the private sector. So we see a symbiotic relationship between the public sector and the private sector. The private sector will create the greatest bulk of jobs. But at the same time, at the public sector level, it is essential that, yes, we also focus on what happens in our schools, what happens on the social economy side, and all these matters are being attended to. In the State of the Nation address last year, in response to the huge challenge our country faces with regards to youth unemployment, I announced that the National Youth Development Agency and the Department of Small Business Development would provide grant funding and business support to 1,000 young entrepreneurs within 100 days. While the program had to be put on hold due to the coronavirus, it nevertheless managed to reach its target of 1,000 youth businesses by International Youth Day on the 12th of August 2020. And we applaud the young people of our country who are running this program. This provides a firm foundation for our efforts to support 15,000 startups by 2024. Last year, we said we would establish a national pathway management network to provide support and opportunities to young people across the country. I want to encourage every young South African to join the more than 1.2 million people who are already in the network and take their next steps to a better future. On the many hardships our people had to experience last year, schooling disruption placed a huge burden on learners, on teachers, and also on families. Despite this, they persevered. It is our priority for this year to regain lost time and improve educational outcomes from the early years through to high school and post-school education and training. The fourth priority that I'd like to talk about of the recovery plan is to rapidly expand energy generation capacity in our country. Now, restoring Eskom to operational and financial health and accelerating its reconstruction process is central to the work that we have to do. Eskom has been restructured into 3 separate entities for generation, transmission, and distribution. This will lay the foundation for an efficient, modern, and competitive energy system in South Africa. Eskom is making substantial progress with its intensive maintenance and operational excellence programs to improve the reliability of its coal fleet. We are working closely with Eskom on proposal to improve its financial position, to manage its debt, and reduce its dependence on the fiscus. This requires a review of the tariff path to ensure that it reflects all the reasonable costs and measures to resolve the problem of municipal debt as well. In December 2020, government and its social partners signed the historic Eskom Social Compact, which outlines the necessary actions we must take collectively and as individual constituencies to meet the country's energy needs now and into the future. Now, over the last year, we have taken action to urgently and substantially increase generation capacity in addition to what Eskom generates. The Department of Mineral Resources and Energy will soon be announcing the successful bids for 2,000 megawatts of emergency power that our country needs. The necessary regulations have been amended and the requirements clarified for municipalities to buy power from independent power producers. Systems are being put in place to support qualifying municipalities. Government will soon be initiating the procurement of an additional 11,800 megawatts of power from renewable energy, natural gas, battery storage, and coal in line with the Integrated Resource Plan of 2019. Despite this work, Eskom estimates that without additional capacity, there will be an electricity supply shortfall of between 4,000 and 6,000 megawatts over the next 5 years, as our old coal-fired power stations reach the end of their life. As part of the measures to address this shortfall, we will, in the coming weeks, issue a request for proposals for 2,600 megawatts from wind and solar energy as part of bid window 5. This will be followed by another bid window in August of 2021. Now, recent analysis suggests that easing licensing requirements for new embedded generation projects could unlock up to 5,000 megawatts of additional capacity and also help to ease the impact of load shedding. We will therefore amend Schedule 2 of the Electricity Regulation Act within the next 3 months to increase the licensing threshold for embedded generation. This will include consultation amongst key role players on the level at which the new threshold should be set and the finalization of the necessary enabling frameworks. Eskom has already started work to expedite its commercial and technical processes to allow this additional capacity onto the grid within undue delays. There have been complaints that the time that they take to process these has been far too long. It's now been agreed that they are going to do it much quicker. Now, as we mobilize all the resources at our disposal to support economic recovery, we cannot lose sight of the threat that climate change poses to our environmental health, socio-economic development, and economic growth. We are therefore working to fulfill our commitments under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, which include the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Eskom, our largest greenhouse gas emitter, has committed in principle to net zero emission by 2050 and to increase its renewable capacity. So Eskom will be looking to partner with investors to repurpose and to repower part of its coal fleet. This will be done in a way that will stimulate investment, that will also stimulate local economic activity, as well as local manufacturing, as part of the just transition that will need to take care of the people who work in those power stations, the people who work in the towns where power stations reside. Our work on climate change will be guided by the Presidential Coordinating Commission on Climate Change, which is meeting for the first time this month. The Commission will work on a plan for a just transition to a low-carbon economy and climate-resilient society. We will not achieve higher rates of growth and employment if we do not implement structural economic reforms. These reforms are necessary to reduce costs and barriers to entry into our economy. They are necessary also to increase competition, to stimulate new investment. They are also necessary to create space for new entrants into the market. This work is being driven through Operation Vulindlela, which involves a team of National Treasury and the President's Office. Operation Vulindlela is focusing on reforms in the electricity, water, telecommunications, and transport sectors, as well as reforms to our visa and immigration regime. The completion of digital migration is vital to our ability to effectively harness the enormous opportunities that are presented by technological change that is just going on around the world. After many delays, we will begin the phased switch off of our analog TV transmitters from next month. It is anticipated that this process, which will be done province by province, will be completed by the end of March in 2022. The process for the licensing of high-speed spectrum is at an advanced stage. We hope that the ongoing litigation amongst interested parties on the licensing matter will provide certainty and will not unduly delay the spectrum auction process that we've decided on. In the water sector, we are working through Operation Vulindlela to ensure that water licenses are finalized within the revised time frame of 90 days and to revive the green drop and blue drop programs to strengthen water quality monitoring in our country. Now, we will finalize and implement the revised raw water pricing strategy and accelerate the establishment of a National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. I firmly believe that if we really do want to resolve our water challenges, we need an agency that will be focused just on ensuring that water is treated with the importance and the sensitivity that it requires. Many of our people are struggling. They cry out for water on an ongoing basis. Now, establishing a water agency will be one of the better ways to resolve these challenges so that the agency can have a globular look at the water needs of the country and address those challenges. Our ability to compete in global markets depends on the efficiency of our ports and rail network. We are repositioning Durban as the hub port for the Southern Hemisphere and developing Ngqura as the container terminal of choice. The rail corridor from Gauteng is being extended to enable the export of vehicles through Port Elizabeth. These are crucial steps to move freight from road to rail and increase the competitiveness of the rail system in our country. Now, work is underway with the relevant departments to reform our visa immigration regime to attract skills and to grow the tourism sector. As international travel starts to recover in the wake of COVID-19, we will undertake a full rollout of e-visas to visitors from China, India, Nigeria, Kenya, and 10 other countries in the world. Now, the revised list of critical skills will be published for public comment by the Department of Home Affairs within 1 week to ensure that the final version reflects the skills that are needed by our economy. This too has taken far too long to be done, but it is now going to be done. The momentum that Operation Vulindlela has already built and the support that it has received across government shows that we are serious about reform. We will continue to work relentlessly and without pause to create a more modern, a more efficient and competitive economy that is more open to all South Africans. Now, to support our reform process, the Presidential State-Owned Enterprise Council has outlined a clear set of reforms that will enable these vital public companies to fulfill their mandate for growth and development. Overarching legislation for state-owned enterprises will be tabled in Cabinet this financial year and Parliament in the next financial year. A centralized SOE model is being implemented this financial year, which will ensure a standardized governance, financial management, and operational performance framework for all our SOEs. The mandates of all SOEs are being re-evaluated to ensure that they are responsive to the country's needs and the implementation of the National Development Plan. In the midst of the economic damage caused by COVID-19, South Africa's agricultural sector has performed remarkably well. In 2020, we became the world's second largest exporter of citrus, with strong export growth in wine, in maize, in nuts, in deciduous fruit, and in sugarcane. Now, the favorable weather conditions in 2020 and the beginning of the 2021 mean that agriculture is likely to grow in the near term. This provides an opportunity for further public-private partnerships in the agricultural sector to promote transformation and to ensure sustainable growth. It is an opportunity to accelerate land redistribution through a variety of instruments, such as land restitution, expropriation of land, in order to boost agricultural output. To date, government has redistributed over 5 million hectares of land, totaling around 5,500 farms to more than 300,000 beneficiaries. This is in addition to the land restitution process, which has benefited over 2 million land claimants and resulted in the transfer of 2.7 million hectares of land. We are also pursuing programs to assist smallholder and emerging farmers with market access to develop skills across the entire agricultural value chain and to increase the number of commercial black farmers as well. During the course of the next financial year, we will establish a land and agrarian reform agency to fast-track land reform. The public service is at the coalface of government, and lack of professionalism does not just impact service delivery, it also dents public confidence. Now, advancing honesty, ethics, and integrity in the public service is critical if we are to build a capable state. Now, through the National School of Government, we continue to roll out courses and training programs to government officials, from entry level to senior management and to the executive. In October last year, I signed off on ministerial performance agreements with all ministers, which have now been published online. This will enhance accountability and focus performance by members of the executive. We remain on course to build a capable and professional civil service that delivers on its mandate and is accountable to the people of South Africa. We are proceeding with our efforts to strengthen local government and to strengthen local government infrastructure and accelerate service delivery through the district development model. The model brings all spheres of government to focus on key priorities and implementation of critical high-impact projects. Working with both public and private sector partners, government is implementing a range of measures to support municipalities to address inadequate and inconsistent service delivery in areas such as water provision, infrastructure build, maintenance. We are also focusing on the appointment of properly qualified officials at local level to ensure effective management and provision of services. In some municipalities, we have often found that less than well-qualified people have been appointed, and all they ever do is to mess up. Now we are saying the days of messing up are now over. We want professional people to run our local government. As we prepare for local government elections, which are due to take place this year, we will need to adjust to the conditions forced upon us by COVID-19 so that we can ensure that the people of this country can determine who represents them at the crucial level of government. So, fellow South Africans, corruption is one of the greatest impediments to the country's growth and development. The revelations from the Zondo Commission of Inquiry lay bare the extent of state capture and related corruption. Now, testimony of the Commission has shown how the criminal justice system was compromised and weakened. It is therefore vital that we sustain the momentum of rebuilding that we have begun through the past 3 years. There has been great progress in turning around law enforcement bodies. Critical leadership positions have been filled with capable, experienced, and trustworthy professionals. There is improved cooperation and sharing of resources between the respective law enforcement agencies, enabling more integrated approach to investigations and prosecutions. We have started implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which lays the basis for a comprehensive and integrated society-wide response to corruption. We will shortly be appointing the members of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, which is a multi-sectoral body that will oversee initial implementation of the strategy and the establishment of an independent statutory and anti-corruption body that will report to this Parliament. To this Parliament. Not to the executive, but to this Parliament, to all of you sitting here, it will report. When reports started to surface last year about possible fraud and corruption in the procurement of COVID-related goods and services, we acted with speed and decisively to put a stop to these practices, to investigate all allegations, to act against those responsible. We established the Fusion Center, which brings together key law enforcement agencies to share information and resources. Now, this Fusion Center has brought many cases to trial and preserved or recovered millions of rands in public funds. The Special Investigating Unit was authorized to investigate allegations of unlawful conduct with respect to COVID procurement by all state bodies during the national state of disaster. As it reported last week, the SIU has finalized investigations into 164 contracts with a total value of 3.5 billion rand. In a significant advance to transparency and accountability, the Political Party Funding Act will come into operation on the 1st of April of this year. Yeah? Well, you don't seem to be very excited about this. It's now going to happen. This will regulate public and private funding of political parties. Among other things, it requires the disclosure of donations to parties and establishes two funds that will enable represented political parties to undertake their programs. Crime and violence continues to undermine people's sense of safety and security. Tackling crime is central to the success of our recovery. Crimes like cable theft, railway infrastructure vandalizing, land invasion, construction site disruptions, and attacks on trucks hamper economic activity and discourages investment. We are taking steps and will continue to take steps to stop these crimes and to deal with those responsible in terms of the law. Task teams have been set up in a number of provinces to deal with extortion and violence on sites of economic activity. We are also fast-tracking the implementation and capacitation of the Border Management Agency to curb illegal immigration and cross-border crime. That is now going to happen. Ending gender-based violence is imperative if we lay claim to being a society that is rooted in equality and non-sexism. When I launched the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide in April last year, I made a promise to the women and children of our country that we were going to strengthen the criminal justice system to prevent them being traumatized again and to ensure that perpetrators face justice. Now, to give effect to this, 3 key pieces of legislation were introduced in Parliament last year to make the criminal justice system much more effective in combating gender-based violence. To ensure that perpetrators are brought to book, we are making progress in reducing the backlog of gender-based violence cases. We continue to provide care and support to survivors of gender-based violence. In the State of the Nation address last year, I said that we would prioritize the economic empowerment of women. Last year, Cabinet approved a policy that 40% of public procurement should go to women-owned businesses and entities. Now, several departments in government have started implementing this policy and are making a great deal of progress. Last week, we also launched a groundbreaking private sector-led GBVF response fund. Several South African companies and global philanthropies made pledges to the value of 128 million rand to assist in the fight against gender-based violence. Now, that was unprecedented. Over the next 3 years, government will allocate approximately 12 billion rand to implement the various components of the National Strategic Plan. Gender-based violence will only end when everyone takes responsibility for doing so in their homes, in their communities, in their workplaces, and in their places of worship, and in our centers of learning, schools, universities, and colleges. Equally, we need to give attention to issues affecting children, including improving school readiness, ECD planning, and funding protection against preventable diseases, policy reform around child welfare and reducing violence against children. In the year ahead, we are also going to forge ahead with efforts to provide greater opportunities to persons with disabilities to participate in the economy and in society in general. As we rebuild our economy in the midst of this pandemic, it is necessary that we continue within our means to provide support to those businesses and individuals that continue to be most affected. Businesses in several sectors are still struggling, and many families continue to suffer as the job market slowly recovers. Over the last few months, we have had ongoing discussions with our social partners in business, in labor, and community-based organizations on the proposed extension of some of the social and economic support measures. We have therefore decided to extend the period for the special COVID-19 grant of 350 by a further 3 months. This has proven to be an effective and efficient short-term measure to reduce the immediate impact on the livelihoods of poor South Africans who are out of work. We've also decided to extend the COVID-19 TERS benefit until the 15th of March 2021, only for those sectors that have not been able to open or to operate. The conditions for this extension and the sectors to be included will be announced after consultation with the social partners at NETLEC. The National Treasury will work with its partners and stakeholders on improvements that we believe now need to take place to the loan guarantee scheme that we inaugurated when we announced the 500 billion rand distress relief package. Now, this is better addressed through the discussions that will be had, but we also wanted to address the realities of small, medium enterprises and other businesses as they strive to recover. So that scheme needs to be recrafted, repositioned, and the Minister of Finance will deal with the matter. Now, we will work with our social partners to ensure that these and other interventions provide the relief to those who need it most. Now, fellow South Africans, just as a harsh fire gives new life to our country's fynbos, this crisis is an opportunity to build a different and a better South Africa. Rebuilding our country requires a common effort. It requires that every South African takes responsibility and plays their part. Let us work together as government as business, as labor, as political parties, and all of society to clear away the rubble and lay a new foundation as we rebuild our country. Above all, let us return this country to the values upon which it was founded. On the day of his release 31 years ago, Madiba gave his first public address here in Cape Town, where he reminded South Africans that there were difficult days that lay ahead and that the battle was far from won. Madiba said, "Now is the time to intensify the struggle on all fronts. To relax our efforts now would be a mistake which generations to come will not be able to forgive." Close quotes. In counting the great cost to our society over the past year, we may be tempted to lose faith. But we can get through this because we are a nation that never gives up. We are a nation that is never defeated. We are a nation of heroes right across the country. I am referring not to the glorious lineage of struggle icons, but to the everyday heroes that walk amongst us, who work hard every day to put food on the table of their homes, to keep the company running, and to give support, help, and care to our people. It is your resilience that will help this country recover. In addition to the many challenges that beset our people, we have heard that His Majesty King Goodwill Zwelithini has not been well in recent days, and he has had to be admitted to hospital. I wish to convey my wishes for speedy recovery of His Majesty King Zwelithini. Our thoughts and prayers are with the royal household and the Zulu nation at this difficult time that the king is going through. It is our collective wish that Isilo Samabandla wonke is soon restored to good health. As we prepare for the difficult path that lies ahead, we can draw strength from Maya Angelou's great poem, I Rise. And she writes, "Out of the hearts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling. I bear in the tide, leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, and I rise." Close quotes. Now, people of South Africa, it is your country that calls on you to rise. Let us march forward together to equality, to growth, to dignity, and to recovery. May God continue to bless and protect our beautiful country, and also to protect her sons and daughters. I thank you.
Long live President Ramaphosa, long live!
Hey, thank you very much. I thank the Honorable President.
Long live the chair, long live!
Having thanked the President, I also wish to indicate that after I've adjourned the joint sitting, members who are in the chamber should remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The procession, adhering to social distancing and led by the acting sergeant at arms and the usher, will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President, the Acting Secretary to Parliament. Honorable members, after the joint sitting has ended and the procession has left the chamber, there will be a candle lighting ceremony on the steps next to the main foyer outside the National Assembly chamber. The Chief Whip of the Council, as well as a Chief Whip or party representative from each political party present, is invited to take part in the ceremony. That, honorable members, concludes the business for the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.
Long live the chair!
Away! Away! Two! Away, two!
We still rise.
Amandla away. Two! Away, two! Amandla away, two!
Long live Matamela, long live!
Long live our president!
Long live Matamela, long live! Long live Qina Ramaphosa, Qina!
All right, the President has left the chamber. That is the end of his State of the Nation address. And you saw it was pretty quiet in Parliament there, only 50 people allowed inside, but some cheering from the MPs, the lawmakers who are watching this virtually. And quite an interesting State of the Nation address, not only looking forward. Remember, this is usually about the plan of action for the year ahead. The President said, we don't want to make promises. Let's look at what has been achieved thus far. And looking back, of course, there's been a recovery plan, an economic rescue plan following the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's take you live to Parliament now. Bolelane Philip standing by. A reaction outside. Bolelane, what's happening?
All right, thank you so much, Francis, and welcome back to the precinct of Parliament. Of course, the President declaring that this is not just any other State of the Nation address, given the challenges that are facing the country. And as you've said in your intro, he's departed from the path of making promises, instead choosing to make a report back card, as well as outlining his government's priority areas. We're going to take political reactions here on the steps of Parliament and bringing in John Steenhuisen, the leader of the Democratic Alliance. His report card, are you impressed with it?
Well, I think there's good, bad and ugly. I think the good is the extension of the COVID relief grant to citizens. The economy has been completely decimated through lockdowns. For many citizens, this is a lifeline that's been keeping food on the table. So I think it's good that it's been extended. The bad, the President spoke about reforms again this evening. He's not tabled a single one in Parliament. He didn't give an indication about when his bills are going to come to the House. These labour reforms that he's talking about, when are they going to see the light of day? He can talk about reforms. He can keep them on a piece of paper in a drawer in the union buildings. Until he brings them to the floor of the Parliament here, he's not going to get them passed. So there was nothing new tonight about concrete reforms to rebuild our economy, to move away from the destruction. And then the ugly, a complete failure to deal with Eskom this evening in any comprehensive way. hanging on to state control of the entity, not talking about the breakup that was promised many in two SONAs ago, and allowing a greater amount of public partnership. No talk about the other SOEs. Didn't mention South African Airways once. This is a huge problem. We've got a 300 billion rand hole in our balance sheet, and yet not a word about these state entities. And then job creation. Nothing new on job creation. We've got millions of people that lost their jobs and are without hope. I'm afraid the president was very right to use the Fynbos analogy, because what we actually need, as the Fynbos does every 20 years, is a blaze to get rid of this government and to bring in a new government that's going to be serious about growth, jobs, acceleration and inclusivity, and building a new South Africa.
Well, he's calling on the lawmakers as well as the country at large to use this occasion to actually, grow and work together in terms of defeating this pandemic. You, as a leader of the opposition party, what practical options or what practical recommendations would you have tabled in front of him?
We've already tabled them all. The COVID-19 action plan for the incapable state, our blue book that we presented to the presidency on a ministry-by-ministry approach, our 6-point vaccine action plan was tabled with the presidency, our creation of an ombudsman to ensure that you didn't have PPE procurement. But what we would say now, if I could give him one piece of advice that I hope he listened to, vaccines. We need vaccines, and we need lots of them, and we need them as quickly as possible to avoid a third or fourth wave. Approve a variety of vaccines and break the government monopoly on who can bring them in. Let hospital groups, medical aids, private companies bring in vaccines so that we can get as many as possible vaccinated, so that we can avoid having a third or fourth lockdown that's going to kill more jobs and kill the economy even further than it has been already.
Lastly and quickly, this report card, what would you give it out of 10?
I'd probably give it a 4 out of 10. I think there was some good, as I said, some bad, but some really ugly. The other thing as well, President talking again about corruption. Talking about corruption while Arthur Fraser remains the Director General of Correctional Services, and David Mashlobo remains in the President's cabinet. You can't get serious about corruption when you're cosseting the very people that are implicated at the very heart of your administration.
All right, John Steenhuisen, the leader of the Democratic Alliance, giving his views on what his thoughts are on this year's State of the Nation address. For now, we'll cross back to you, Francis, in studio.
Thank you very much, Bulelane Philip. Live from Parliament, we continue our special coverage following the State of the Nation address in Parliament. Sabiso?
Francis, right now we get reaction from the EFF's Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Mr. Floyd Shivambu. Very good evening to you, and thank you so much for speaking to us. You've heard what the President has to say. They have made gains where there are losses. He mentioned the automotive sector. He even mentioned how many more people are getting social grants. What is your view of what he's just reported back to the country?
Thanks, Tsebiso, for having us. And our observation, the preliminary observation, is that there is nothing fundamentally new that the president has said. There's nothing different that he has said which was not said before. And that amounts to insanity, because insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. The difference today was that he was trying to be a hype man of a dying, or actually a dead horse, in terms of where we are. What is the state of South Africa's economy and society currently? We've got more than 10 million people that do not have jobs, and 2 million of those lost their jobs during the lockdown period. And you would know that even prior to the lockdown period, the economy was growing in the negative. There was no expansion of the industrial sector. There was nothing that was beginning to bring hope that people will get out of poverty.
Okay,
and poverty is deepening because poverty is.
Allow me to just talk about these figures that the President quoted, Mr. Shivambu. We'll talk about poverty. For instance, when he spoke about the Public and Social Employment Plan, he said 430,000 opportunities have already been created through stimulus. Another 180,000 opportunities or applications are now open. He also said that 300,000 education professionals have been placed at schools. So are you saying that...
That is a drop in the ocean. And even those numbers that were being hyped about, they are objectionable numbers. But still, that is a drop in the ocean. So if you compare that to the number of people who went back to poverty because of joblessness, it's a minimum of 2 million as announced by Statistics South Africa. So the crisis is far much bigger than the numbers that is mentioning. You started, for instance, with the automotive industry claim that is giving about Ford assembling cars in Pretoria. That is insignificant. The state is actually losing a lot of money to subsidize these assembling points. It's not manufacturing points as he claims. Less than 20% of the components that are manufacturing cars for Toyota, for Ford, for BMW, for Mercedes-Benz are coming from outside. And South Africa is just over-subsidizing these without a clear localization plan, without compliance being demanded from that. Let's deal with something that is very important. One issue that he deliberately omits, which is actually in the manifesto of the ruling party which he represents, is to utilize state procurement as a driver for localization and industrialization. Because their manifesto says 80% of state procurement must come from locally made goods and products, but there is no commitment like that. Okay. I'll give an example now. The state has spent...
Unfortunately, we have run out of time, Mr. Shivambu. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. Let's get more political reaction now, Francis.
Let's take you back live to Parliament. Samkele Maseko standing by. Samkele maybe knew the 350 Rand, this grant that was a lifeline for many unemployed, has been extended. But otherwise, something of a report back on the plans already announced because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, indeed, Francis, particularly when you look at the 350 rands that was being given to South Africans. That speaks right to the core constituency of the party who are going to bring in now. The IFP, Inkatha Freedom Party, are going to bring in their spokesperson, Mkhuleko Hlengwa, to respond on specifically that 350 rands that was being rolled out to South Africans. Mr. Hlengwa, the president has delivered his speech. He spoke about his bullet train that we spoke about earlier on, smart city, and issues of the vaccine, and also the 350 rands, a cushion to those who are vulnerable and economically.
Well, of course, we welcome those kind of interventions. They are consistent with what we had said, that there has to be short-term interventions insofar as the COVID-19 impact is concerned. But the management and administration of these funds has been a dismal failure, and this speaks to the heart of the collapse, really, of the Department of Social Development, amongst others. But also on the UIF, you have to look at those issues seriously, because UIF has said it's got no money. But moving to what the president has said broadly tonight, it felt like we were in SONA 2020, SONA 2019. We have heard these things before. It sounded like a pitch for a president who was actually gunning for re-election, but whilst actually in government. The outsourcing of the management of the state to new agencies that he wants to speak about. There is no need for a water agency when you've got water boards and a Department of Water and Sanitation. So amongst other things, the president tonight was not very concise and very clear insofar he was taking the country. Yes, obviously on the issues of the vaccine, has provided the much needed clarity in that regard, and I'm sure that over the next few days and weeks the Department of Health will be providing the clarity that is required. But for all intents and purposes, the issues of employment that the president spoke about, people still don't have jobs. I'm not sure where these jobs are coming from. People on the daily do not have jobs. So it seemed like a box-ticking SONA as opposed to actually a SONA which was anchored in the daily lived realities of the president or of the people. As a statement of intent, what the president would have wanted to achieve, yeah, sure, it sounds very nice, but we have to bring it back to say that deliverables are quite absent. You're speaking about NYDA and young people that he was referring to. There's no board in the NYDA, and so it brings into question the legitimacy and credibility what the president was advancing tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hlengwa. We're really out of time because of the reactions. I'm going to link to my colleague Bulelani Phillips to speak to the Good Party representative.
Well, thanks, Samkele. We're taking more political reactions here on the steps of Parliament. I'm going to bring into the conversation now where the Member of Parliament from the Good Party, Mr. Shaun August. Of course, the President has made a number of pronouncements, but one of the issues that has been awaited on is about his announcements on the rollout of this vaccine plan for fighting COVID-19. Not much new that has been said about it, but going forward, do you think you have hope that we'll actually roll it out in the fastest possible time?
Yes, definitely. The president, in this COVID, we as a nation, he
He ensured that we as a nation needs to rise out of this pandemic. And as good, we say our nation needs to emerge after this pandemic to ensure that we have grown. We would have liked a little bit more of the rollout of the vaccination, where he will start. He's given some clarity with regards to the type of vaccinations for the type of COVIDs that we have, or infections that we have. So we are happy with that, but we would have liked to hear a little bit more of the rollout that he would ensure in this country.
Talking about job creation as well as reigniting the economy, going down memory lane about what government is doing, are those enough to make sure that the people who've lost jobs during the lockdown are actually absorbed back into the economy?
We are aware that 2.2 million people has lost jobs in the 2020 year. Knowing and understanding that the pandemic has hit us hard last year, we've been watching the master plans that the President has been referring to. One of those master plans are the Good Minister 987 million rand in the top 100 projects that she's been implementing in her department. We've also watched the 60,000 housing development that's coming in Gauteng. We've also watched the water and sanitation projects in this country, as well as the private sector in terms of the motor industry. So the master plans that's been put in place October month, we can see that some of them or most of them has been implemented. We just need to fast track those that's not being implemented to ensure that we get those 2.2 million back into the job market, as well as our youth that has just finished their tertiary and matric education.
Thank you so much, Sean August from the Good Party, sharing his views on the State of the Nation address. For more reaction, Samgelo Maseko is standing by.
Thank you very much, Bulelani. I'm going to bring in the Freedom Front Plus, particularly to speak on the issues of the farming industry, which has shown growth in one of the quarters that President Ramaphosa has spoken about, the community of farming in South Africa. They've particularly shown growth. South Africa is now the second biggest exporter of citrus internationally. As the Freedom Front Plus, what did you take out of the President's speech tonight?
Well, firstly, I want to start by saying that the President is clearly living in a dream world. He is still talking about dream cities and smart cities, but the people on the ground level are experiencing unemployment and they don't have jobs. The fact of the matter is, the President also sticks to his expropriation without compensation, and it doesn't matter what plans he put on the table when it comes to the rebuilding of the economy and even land reform and the farming community. As long as he continues with expropriation without compensation, he will not get the results he wants to.
When you look at the growth that the farming community has shown, particularly when you look at the 1 million chickens that are being produced every week by President Ramaphosa, you look at how the farming sector has basically shown growth even during this lockdown. Has government's policies that they have in place contributed to this growth, or it's simply just farmers doing the work all by themselves?
Well, we must thank the agricultural sector for producing the food so that the people can still have food on the table. And yes, we must remember that they were part of the essential sector that had to produce that. But the fact of the matter is, the natural constraints for farming in South Africa is not very conducive for farming. But besides that, they are doing excellent, as you said. They're creating jobs. You've referred to the chicken industry. Yes, those are opportunities. But again, I want to say, it can even improve if the government stops with its whole notion of expropriation without compensation.
When you look at the issues, particularly surrounding the rains that have come in, how has this contributed and enhanced farmers, particularly with their production?
Well, if you say enhancing their production, I mean, that is the initiative from the farmers themselves. And we must remember, if we want to ensure upcoming farmers to be successful, they must get the support from existing farmers, and that can be mentors for them. It's no use to just give money and certain grants for farming, but you don't have the knowledge and the know-how to make a success of that.
Thank you very much for your reaction. I'm going to go back to my colleague Bulelani Phillips for further reaction to the State of the Nation address by President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa.
Thank you again, Samkele. We're taking more reaction, and now I'm going to bring into the conversation the leader of the ACDP, Reverend Kenneth Meshwe. Of course, the biggest issue that we've been handling today, the government's response to fighting COVID-19, the ACDP's response to that.
Well, as always, the president has very good ideas, but implementation is always the problem. How? The question of how he's going to do it is a problem. Actually, we also expected him to apologize for bringing in 1 million vaccines that cannot be used now because they did not check when the expiry date would be or whether they would be relevant for the variant that we have in South Africa. And to hear that they only have 22% efficacy is a real disappointment. Now, we are not sure whether that money is going to be thrown down the drain or whether they are going to recover that money. We expected him at least to say something like that about that. Now,
who must be held accountable for those mistakes?
Well, the buck stopped at the president's door. His team, obviously, those who did the purchasing, those who did the negotiating, all of them, including the president, must take the responsibility for what has happened, and the president should have at least apologized that they made a mistake. People understand. If he did apologize, people would have accepted it. But the fact that he just kept quiet about it is a disappointment to us. And the issue of corruption, every year he says they will deal with corruption. Now we know that Brian Molefe, among others, pointed a finger at the president that he's also corrupt. Now, he hasn't said anything about it, and we want to know whether the president definitely is part of corruption or not. He didn't say anything. And a crime. He mentioned crime again. What is he going to do this year that they didn't do last year? It's going to be a repetition of every year, telling us they're concerned about crime, but it doesn't tell us anything different they're going to do. Concerned about corruption, nothing that they're going to do. That's different from the previously. So we are disappointed that he has stated the facts and the problems that we know about. But how he's going to deal with them, he didn't tell us.
All right. Thank you so much, Reverend Kenneth Meshwe, the leader of the ACDP, quite concerned about certain issues. And we're going to take more reaction now with Samkele Maseko.
Yes, Bulelani, indeed. Now we're getting the Minister of Health, Dr. Zwelini Mkhize, particularly to speak on the vaccine. Minister Mkhize, the President said we're expecting the first batch of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine into the country next week. Are you positive that that particular vaccine will respond to the second variant in South Africa?
Yes, certainly. There's been the trials have demonstrated that they've got a 57% efficacy, and therefore with the results that we have received, we're quite confident that it's a good vaccine to use. And in fact, when we start, the other advantage with it is that's a once-off dose, which will make it easy for us to reach more people within a shorter space of time. The President has indicated we expect the first batch to come in next week, and the vaccination program has to start. I think the emphasis on vaccination and economic recovery is very, very important, because the main issue now is how do we rebuild our lives, and the President went into details on that aspect, and how do we build our livelihoods so that our economy, our social life is rebuilt, dealing with the issues of unemployment, reactivation of the various sectors, rebuilding our energy sector, and also dealing with crime and corruption and all of that. That whole package for us is about how we as South Africans must rise and look back at a very difficult year and say, as South Africans, we've been able to survive together. And that for me was why the message was very important tonight.
Mr. Mkhize, the President was very thin on the details of the rollout of the vaccine throughout all 9 provinces of the country. As the Minister of Health in charge of this rollout of the vaccine with the Deputy President and the Interministerial Committee, can you please take us into confidence of the granular details of the rollout of this vaccine once it arrives?
But what the President has pointed is a very clear line that basically says whatever happens, we need to start our vaccination program, and we have to start that program as soon as possible. And then in addition, we need to then make sure that all South Africans embrace this issue of vaccination. It's indicated 80,000 doses will be coming in, and then they will be spread over the next several weeks, and therefore over 500,000 of them should be received. We believe therefore that there's a good basis to start the vaccination campaign. I'm sure there'll be a lot more that will be coming, that will announce with time.
As a former Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Minister Mkhize, I'm sure you are familiar with Engwavuma. In Wavuma, there is no proper roading infrastructure in that particular region of the country. How do you then ensure that this rollout of the vaccine gets to the deplorable of areas in the country where there's no proper infrastructure?
The structure, the network that is being created is built onto the health system. It is built onto available facilities. And therefore, that plan will make sure that you can go into some areas where you can put up vaccination centers where there's smaller radiuses and yet a large population. Then in the other rural areas we'll have a center where we'll be able to reach out to that level. So it's very, very important for us to understand that every South African that needs to get the vaccine should be reached, and that is our commitment to the President.
Will you invite me when you get vaccinated, Minister, to get a few visuals of you getting vaccinated to encourage South Africans?
Sure the media is there when the vaccination starts so that everybody can see that indeed it has started. Many media have been doubting that it's going to happen. Some South Africans, you see on Twitter, people don't even believe it's going to happen. I just want to say, when it starts to happen, everyone hopefully will be able to understand that we have started a long road to ensure that South Africans are kept safe and that the South Africans are able to begin the fight to reverse the scourge of COVID-19.
Thank you very much, Minister Mkhize. That was the Minister of Health, Dr. Zwelini Mkhize. I'm going to throw over to my colleague Bulelani for further reaction from Al Jamaa.
All right, thanks once again, Samgel. Of course, a lot of talking points from this SONA of this year, and I'm going to bring into this conversation the leader of the Al Jamaa Party, Mr. Muhammad Hendricks. Thank you so much for your time. A lot of things have been happening this week around load shedding. The president made some announcements around how they want to turn around Eskom. Do those plans address the concerns that you've been making all along?
No, I don't think those plans will ever address the concerns. You know, we're going to rely on wind power, and we are going to rely on new methods which must be tested. And I don't think South Africa is ready for that. The president has shocked the nation by stating that Eskom there will be further deterioration, and we'll be short of so many megawatts. And the president has not given us any assurance and peace of mind that the promises he made in the last order with regard to Eskom will improve. In fact, it is going from bad to worse. So the country's energy crisis will not be solved by the plans that the president has shared with the nation. So very disappointed with regard to the president's action plans for Eskom.
And announcements on social relief schemes being extended?
We're very happy that the 350 Rand will continue for another 3 months. This will put a warm plate of food on many people's tables. I remember in the first State of the Nation address, the president promised the country that everyone will have a warm plate of food. Also, the tiers benefit for the unemployment fund will also help a lot of workers, and I'm sure the trade unions will welcome this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad Hendricks, the leader of the Al Jamaa Party, giving us his views on this SONA 2021 of this evening. And for now, we're going to try to get some more political reactions on the floor. We're going to bring in PAC MP, Mr. Mzwanele Nyonso. Mr. Nyonso, basically the issue around the COVID-19 vaccine rollout, the president pretty much repeating what the health minister has been telling us all along.
But he did not tell us when and how is he going to fight the scourge of COVID-19. Remember, even the vaccine that came here, we were told that it cannot fight what is there now. So it was not clear how is he going to fight the COVID-19. And the issue of vaccines is very controversial. We need to get answers. Where does it come from, and how is it going to be effective if it can come to all the way from India? And when it comes to South Africa, it's not working.
Do you not trust it?
I don't. There's no way we can trust vaccines that are developed outside. I heard the president talking about local business, supporting locally. But I never heard him talking about supporting local herbs in the fight against this COVID-19. So I don't trust it.
Lastly, the announcement around the agency to extend or accelerate land reform, you must be happy.
That one remains a pipe dream. It has been said by everyone before him. It is going to be said by others. They don't have political will to address the land question. And as long as the land question is not addressed, the economy of this country will remain in this manner. And because few people, only 20% or 10% own the land, and 80% do not own the land. So as long as we don't change the economic structure, a true liberation will remain a pipe dream.
All right, thank you so much, PAC MP Mr. Mzwanele Nyonzo, giving us his party's views on the thinking of the 2021 State of the Nation address. For now, we cross back to you guys in studio.
Right, thank you very much, Bulelani. So, Francis, just reflecting back on some of what the president had said, what I found interesting was the fact that I think he said something in the region of 5 million people are now able to feed their communities and their families. But of course, he did speak about the fact that 18 more million people, that is a third of our population, are receiving social grants or some sort of relief. Then that goes back to the question of how much sustainable inequality efforts are there really? Because are we lifting people out of poverty if we're saying, just as the EFF was saying, just a drop in the ocean?
So this is such an interesting question, because that 350 Rand grant that was introduced as a lifeline to people who had basically nothing else, experts were saying once you introduce that, you cannot take it away because that's very hard for people to deal with. And we've seen government extend and extend and extend. And that was one of the really new announcements, another 3-month extension. But yes, so what comes after that? And we'll talk about all these
people. Sorry, that's what he was saying, yes.
So, I mean, it's a huge amount, and we'll talk about all the economics, the sustainability, like you say. What he's talking about is an enabling environment for business to create jobs. Are we doing that quick enough? We'll have lots of that in Economics Unbound with your host, Tandeka Ngobule. I'll be joining her and we'll crunch the numbers shortly.
Well, from me, that's good night. Enjoy the rest of your viewing.
Ciao.
We've been all around the country talking to OUTsurance clients about how they've switched, saved, and enjoyed awesome service from OUTsurance. Let's meet some of them.
I spoke to a consultant by the name of Shane Peterson. Cross-examined him a few times. I was shocked at the fact that I was going to be saving 435 Rand on my policy. Basically, chencha dadeng.
With OUTsurance, your premium is matched to your unique profile, so you're never subsidizing higher-risk clients. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
You know, I'm spending more on insurance than I am on petrol. I spoke to OUTsurance. They said, hey, you can save over 700 Rand a month. You shouldn't take the first offer you get. Shop around. Just because you're 18, you have a car, and you can now drive. Don't get overexcited.
With OUTsurance, your excess is never a percentage of your claim, which can be high for big claims. Just one fixed amount. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
The guy knows his stuff. I end up saving over 700 Rands per month. If you want a happiness in your pocket, change it.
OUTsurance pioneered the Out Bonus, which gives you 10% of your paid premiums back in cash after 3 claim-free years. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
I got a call from this guy. He said he wanted to compare my insurance. After asking me what car you drive, model, and so on, he gave me an offer, and that was over 470 less. I couldn't believe it at first. I thought it was a scam or something.
Get roadside assistance no matter where you're stuck, 24/7. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome OUTsurance service today.
The guy that helped me, his name was Nicholas. He was just so patient. He helped me out with that 672 Rand saving, and I've never looked back since.
At OUTsurance, managing your insurance has never been easier. Download the Outsurance app or log in at outsurance.co.za to access documents, change details, submit claims, and so much more. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome Outsurance service today.
I decided, let me give them a try and see what's happening. Ended up saving more than 400 Rand.
Don't forget that Outsurance deals don't stop with cars. You could get a great insurance saving on your motorbike, caravan, trailer, or watercraft too. Switch and save today by SMSing or calling using the numbers below. Do it now. You've got nothing to lose.
And my friends were just like, dude, come to Outsurance. We are happy that we're saving $520. So I changed it idea.
With Outsurance comprehensive car insurance, even your car keys are covered against loss, theft, and damage in an accident. For complete peace of mind, SMS or call Outsurance using the numbers below. Do it now.
One of our military tenets is efficiency of effort. They have that in bucket loads, and they helped me get 401 Rand saving. That's why I decided to change it.
If you need to claim after an accident, Outsurance will connect you to trusted service providers. SMS or call the number below to see if you can switch, save, and start getting awesome Outsurance service today.
And I spoke to a consultant by the name of Shane Peterson. Cross-examined him a few times. I was shocked at the fact that I was going to be saving 435 Rand on my policy. Basically, chencha dadeng.
If Outsurance can't beat what you're currently paying for car insurance, you can ask them for 500 Rand. Or even 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. SMS or call today. You've got nothing to lose.
You know, I'm spending more on insurance than I am on petrol. I spoke to Outsurance. They said, hey, you can save over 700 Rand a month. You shouldn't take the first offer you get. Shop around. Just because you're 18, you have a car and you can now drive. Don't get overexcited.
Saving 435 Rand on my policy.
More than 400 Rand.
Over 470.
I end up saving over 700 Rand. 815 Rand per month.
672 Rand saving.
401 Rand saving.
$520.
More than 400.
Over 700 Rand a month.
SMS or call to see if you can switch, save, and start getting even more out today.
Utyalo-mali olwenziwe ngurhulumente we-Eastern Cape kwizisekelo ezingundoqo ludala amathuba emisebenzi nawezoshishino, ubomi obungcono nekamva eliqaqambileyo lwabantu bethu. Sisebenzisana norhulumente kazwelonke sifaka imali ekwakheni izisekelo ezingundoqo ezinokumelana namaxesha ezifana nemizimveliso, uphuhliso lombane, iikliniki nezibhedlele, izikolo, amathala encwadi, ukuhlaliswa kwabantu, izindlu ezisemgangathweni, amanzi acocekileyo neendlela. Silikhaya kwiinkampani eziphambili ehlabathini zityala imali kuqoqosho lwase-Eastern Cape. Ukhumbuleke, icorona isekhona. Zikhusele kwicorona ngokunxiba imask, ugcine umgama wokuqelelana omnye komnye, hlamba izandla zakho ngamanzi anesepha okanye uzikhwitshe ngesanitizer rhoqo. Phila ube ngcono. I-Eastern Cape isebenzela uqoqosho olubandakanya wonke ubani.
I'm an ex-offender. I served a 10-year sentence. Prison, like 16-17 hours. Nekimamela radio every day. And Ukhozi FM gave me hope during my hopelessness days. I'm a CEO and founder of Ukhozi Solutions. Its primary focus is to deal with corruption, bribery, fraud, and theft. Imagine from prison to businesswoman/entrepreneur because of SABC Radio.
Cabinet has decided to steadily ease a number of restrictions under adjusted level 3. Faith-based gatherings will now be permitted. Such gatherings may not exceed 50 people for indoor venues and 100 people for outdoor venues. Public places such as beaches, dams, rivers, parks, and public swimming pools will be reopened subject to health protocols. Social gatherings, political events, traditional council meetings, and gatherings at sports grounds will not be permitted. The sale of alcohol by licensed premises for on-site consumption such as restaurants and taverns will be permitted from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The hours of the curfew will now be from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Welcome to Economics Unbound on this historic